All right, let's see what the excuse is now. What's going to be the excuse now? What's going to be the excuse now? Oh, we lie. I say it, or we lie. I said, or we lie. All right, well, since we live, let's get to it. I'm not doing it again. People that was here before should have came right back. Let's get to the show. We got a lot of stuff to look at.
Welcome to City Hub.
You know you're wrong for that, because I sure did block that. We ain't gonna say that. You can say it. Go.
11 last night when three men barge into the Super Value liquor store on Center Street. It appears all three have knives as they approach the counter, and stunned customers freeze in disbelief. One of the workers provokes one of the suspects by picking up the phone to call for help. He leaps over the counter, chasing the clerk, slashing his finger and his nose. Another man tries to open the lottery machine, but his patience grows thin and he settles for the cash in the drawer. But that wasn't enough. He returns to rip the lottery register drawer off the counter. The holdup lasts just over a minute, and that clerk who grabbed the phone dials it again as blood drips from his face and his finger. Those suspects fit the description of the thieves who robbed this 7-Eleven on the other side of town just a few hours later. And now police are trying to determine if both holdups are the work of the same trio. And that clerk who was caught tells me he was pretty shaken when this all happened, but he is doing much better tonight.
Boom, 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 boom. All righty. Keep it going. Give everybody a chance to come in here. We coming out the gate swinging. Got a commercial.
Two is over this morning out of South LA. Investigators are on the scene of a deputy-involved shooting, this time in the Westmont area near 108th Street and Vermont. They say deputies opened fire on a male suspect just after 4 o'clock this morning, so less than 3 hours ago. We don't know the man's condition or what led up to the shooting. We will bring you more details as they come in.
And it ended right there next to the fence in the cul-de-sac, huh?
All right, let's keep it going. Give everybody a chance to come up in here before we get to our main event. Getting these out the way here.
It was a day the Packers would...
Breaking news right now, a police pursuit underway right now in the San Fernando Valley. We have Chris Christie and Air 7 over the scene, this white Yukon on the run from officers. And Chris, what do we know about this car?
This has turned into a wild and high-speed pursuit through the San Fernando Valley. Started here in North Hollywood a short time ago. That's a stolen GMC Yukon that you're looking at right there. And the driver is really struggling to maintain control of the vehicle. In the last couple of minutes, we finally caught our first glimpse of him. And he was traveling on the wrong side of the road at one point, almost hit a couple of parked cars, and came really close to hitting a couple of other, a little bit of some of the other traffic on the road back there. Now he's on Tyrone Avenue, traveling southbound through a residential neighborhood, making another right turn. These all appear to be random turns. Not really clear where he's taking it, but he's picked up so much speed that LAPD's black and whites on the ground have and they are tracking him now from above. It was just getting way too dangerous up right as you took us live, they basically backed off. Now coming up to a busy intersection here, he's got the red light going right through the intersection, trying to weave his way through, stopped for the traffic, little cross traffic there, and he's continuing.
That's a woman, no, it's not a man.
Something it looks like on his lap. It might be a t-shirt. Oh, another close call. Another close call there. Something on his lap there. Obviously, you can see the male driver wearing a black tank top, sleeveless shirt right there, and looks like something, maybe a shirt or something else in his lap there. But he is definitely having a little bit of a hard time maintaining control of that vehicle.
Heavy vehicle. This time of day, 5:35 at night, there's going to be rush hour traffic. There's a lot of people out running errands. Even during these COVID times, there's going to be people out walking. You saw somebody right there. He passed by walking through that crosswalk. We're near a school. And I saw a couple of close calls just with pedestrians in the last couple of minutes before we even joined this pursuit on air. LAPD backing off. I wonder if they're going to have to rejoin it just because of how dangerous this guy is.
Yeah, Mark, when we first caught our first glimpse of it, there was at least a half a dozen black and white. Look at that. Ran right into a parked car, and now he's basically blocked himself in here. I mean, I'm just going to try and put it in reverse. Look at this. Look at this. Jumping out of the driver's side of the vehicle, going for a run, and there is no LAPD in sight. So he's going to blow off some steam here, running down that sidewalk, making a left turn there, now coming down Kester Avenue. He, for no apparent reason, ran right into the side of that parked car, continuing down the block here, and LAPD still
he on something.
The area trying to coordinate and get those in position here.
He found some woods
right below us on Victory Boulevard. He's going to come out the other side onto Victory Boulevard, and they're
going to police. They got him. They got him
here, and man, that was scary. And wow, look at this. This was a very unpredictable suspect driving like a madman through the valley, and now finally being taken into custody. He was really running for it. You saw, I mean, he just came crawling out of that driver's side window with no fear whatsoever, and apparently those officers were a little closer than we first thought, because they managed to catch up with him pretty quickly here. You now see them taking him into custody, but not without a little bit of a struggle there. Wow.
Well, and you wonder if he was under the influence of something, because he really could not manage that car very well, that vehicle. We know it's a big car, but he
had a mask on. Too bad the cops
got his COVID mask, strangely enough. I saw that hanging off of one ear. It's visible from the other side there. But I was noting the tactics that they employed when they arrested him. So much has been made of how police respond and deal with suspects when they are faced with somebody who's running, who's been in a pursuit. This looked like a textbook arrest. They swarmed him. One person got to him first, wrestled him to the ground, and then a bunch of colleagues from the LAPD got in there, grabbed him, basically all grabbing limbs and pinning him to the ground, quickly putting the handcuffs on him, quickly getting him up. Now they're searching him and checking for any contraband. Weird how
the cops ain't got no mask on. He had a mask on.
Scraped up against another car and jumped.
I noticed that before the commentator did.
Yes, a short pursuit, but definitely action-packed. And the best part of all of this is that no one was hurt, even though we had some very close calls.
I was like,
Chris, what street are we on right now? Where is this?
Yeah, you're looking at the intersection of Victory Boulevard and Kester Avenue, and at a certain point, he really started to lose control of that vehicle. Obviously, a very top-heavy SUV, but he was really struggling with it in the last couple of minutes there, and something caused him to lose control, and he rammed into that parked car. Then he jumped out of the driver's side window, and I think those LAPD units that had lost him earlier were able to catch up in their patrol cars before they were able to jump out, and eventually it became a pure.
Now, see, y'all, the one thing about California is, I don't know if your state is like that. They have so many open roads and alleys that you could do a police chase for hours and never hit a dead end. The reason why I'm probably not as good at riding my bike as I should be, almost every block, and some of these blocks is only like 75 feet long or less, and you gotta hit a stop sign. But you can go in California and you can just go and go and go and just never hit a brick wall. Here in Baltimore, we got so many streets that dead end. We got a stream going through. We got train tracks going through. You just can't go on and on and on. The reason why these California chases go so long, they have so much open road. And when I say open, I mean they will literally have just nothing. It's just straight street. Block after block after block after block after block after block. You know, if some of y'all watch the Shay Show, I want you to watch the next time you watch the Shay Show or anything from Detroit. I want you to notice how every neighborhood he go to, there's a freeway or a big street or a bridge or a wall that you just can't go block and block and block and block and block and block. Something is going to stop you and then you got to turn. Almost everything seems to dead end. Like here in Baltimore, we got this big park. This park goes for a mile. And it's like only 3 ways to get in it unless you're going to go in the grass. And like I told you, because we on the hill, all the water and snow go down there and sit on that field. You don't want to walk across that field because it's potholes, it's mud that it got hard and then rid up. And so you got all these bumps there. It limits you. If you actually get chased across that grass, you're going to break your ankle trying to run away from somebody. If the police chased you across that grass, matter of fact, if you knew it well enough, you could let the police chase you across that lawn. And guess what? By the time you got to the paved part of the street, police been and broke their ankle. They'd be on the ground. You would have a clear shot. They was all chasing you, and you took them across that. Because I walked over there with a pair of them big skates on. And I'm telling you, I did better on those skates going across there than I did on the pavement. Because the mud kept grabbing the skates. So the wheels couldn't throw me. And then there was some parts that were just pure wet. It was you could literally see the water. You could see puddles of water just standing there because they had nowhere to go. It's just standing there. And so if somebody come chasing you, some of it harden up, some of it don't. They make it uneven. All you got to do is just hit one of your feet up and you broke your ankle. But that's why it's dangerous to live in places like California when there ain't nothing but road and nothing stops it. It's just block after block after block after block after block after block. And it seems like the blocks don't end. If y'all notice me on the bike or the scooter, you notice that I can only go so far without hitting the dead end. Or only go so far without me having to turn onto another street because you can't go straight through. We got the big park here. Then we got 2 schools right here. We got a school right here. We got the train tracks right here. You understand what I'm saying? It's only certain streets that you can actually go up. It's been a couple times y'all don't see me had to redirect my route because we hit a dead end. But for some reason in California, they don't have that problem. It's just road after road after road after road after road. And if you get on the freeway, oh my God, you got road. Your car gonna have to break down or they're gonna have to get the spikes ripped because you're not gonna dead end. For those of y'all that live in a cul-de-sac, you know what I'm talking about. A cul-de-sac is a dead end, but you can go around it and come back out. A lot of the times, these roads and streets dead end. You can only go so far. You know, and it's only certain ways to go. Just like I still haven't taken y'all to Mayor's O'Malley house because the bridge. They've been working on that bridge ever since I've been living here. They have been working on that bridge. I've been here since February 2017. They have been working on that bridge. And y'all saw when I went out a couple Sundays ago, I had to go take a park trail and go down and go around the bridge to come back out. The Google map was trying to get me to go all the way down, come around, and then come all the way back up on the other side of the bridge. But if you don't go over that bridge, if you don't take that trail, if you don't go down one of the two side streets, you can't get on the other side. If the police were chasing you, they could box you in. And you would have to get out and run for it. But in California, okay, that bridge is off, so what? There's one right there, one right there, one right there. This road blocked up, one right there, one right there, one right there. And they go on and on and on. So, you know, all you got to do is worry about running stop signs and worry about hitting somebody. You ain't got to worry about running out of road. It's just open. It's almost like being on a prairie. The streets, they just intersect and connect. And there's no stopping. But you can only go so far in Baltimore without hitting the dead end. And then we got the light rail, the Jones Falls Expressway, go separating east and west. So if you want to get from the east side to the west side, you got to take somebody that got a bridge or something that goes underneath the bridge. I can name you 2 streets that go underneath the bridge. I can name you 14 that go over. But they are like a mile apart each. So you would be trapped within that mile. You can't get to the other side, or you were being chased by the police. All they gotta do is just sit at one of those bridges and just wait. Sooner or later, you gotta come. But in California, you can just go and go and go and go and go and go. But at some point, in most cities, there's a dead end. At some point, it stops. Nothing keeps going. And all they gotta do is just, if you on one street, just wait at the end for you to come flying up. If you fly, but in California, dude, you see the cops down there waiting for you, you make a left and you can go and go and go, and then they gotta hurry up and try and catch you and block you again. You see them up there, you turn around and go there and go and go and go and go and go. That's why it's so hard to catch the people. They never run out of roadway. Okay. Let me make sure y'all can see this. Yeah, you can see it. I think we got a video.
An arrest tonight in the death of an 8-year-old girl in Odessa. Police tell us that the little girl died while she was being punished. This is a tragic story. This is who officers arrested. That's 44-year-old Daniel Schwartz and 34-year-old Ashley Schwartz. Police found the girl dead after responding to a call at a home on Locust Avenue. Investigators say the girl was punished and not allowed to eat breakfast. They add that she was required to jump on a trampoline without stopping for an extended period of time, and was also not allowed to drink any water because she was jumping. An autopsy report says that the girl died from dehydration and listed her death as homicide. The Schwartzes are charged with capital murder.
That don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. And you can tell how the mother looked. Because I already know, I ain't got to read the story. I know what this is about. I can already tell you. They thought the little girl was fat. And they wanted her to jump on the trampoline to lose some weight. And they didn't want to give her no water because it would make her bloated in their minds. They didn't realize that the girl was losing weight. She was losing water weight. When you lose water weight, you're real close to dehydration because you're losing the water in your body. You need water in your body. And they trying to get this little girl to lose weight. But they think she's too fat. And they embarrassed. But both of them are fat. But this is parents trying to lift their children. So the other children must have been in decent shape. But this one child was fat. And to them, their children represent them. Y'all understand? Their children represent them. And so they put this little girl through this torture to get her into shape. Now they should know that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. So if you're not feeding her breakfast, that means whenever you do feed her, the body going to take all the fat and carbohydrates out that food. And it's going to hold it so that she can get through. Hey, what's going on, Debo? The body's going to hold it so she can get through the mornings if they don't give her breakfast. The body is going to snatch even more out of the food they do give her. And it's going to make her fatter. So they actually embarrassing themselves. They literally, not embarrassing themselves, they fooling themselves because they thinking they doing something to make the girl thinner. But in actuality, they're making her fatter and more unhealthy. And you see, she died. So I hope they get nice long prison sentences. That's all. Let's keep it going.
Would spark higher candidates answer interview questions by recording video.
We can mute that and skip ad. Let's unmute.
Sheriff's Office to release records related to inmates who have died at its detention center. Now, the order is in response to a lawsuit 11 Alive filed against Sheriff Neil Warren.
So this lawsuit here, it alleges that the sheriff violated the Open Records Act by withholding public documents by manufacturing a bogus investigation to conceal those records. Andy Parati explains why 11 Alive requested those documents.
The records involve 2 inmates who died at the county jail more than a year ago. 11 Alive requested those documents in August. The sheriff said no, because a private attorney was conducting an independent investigation into their deaths. During a hearing earlier this week, we've learned that wasn't exactly true.
In the sheriff's department.
This is the man currently conducting an extensive review of the Cobb County Detention Center. Private attorney Nathan Wade.
Our mission was to conduct an assessment and review on cases involving neglect/death at the jail, use of force at the jail, and racial discrimination.
In June, Cobb County Sheriff Neil Warren asked Wade to do it after a series of deaths at the jail. 5 months into his work, he had little to share with 11 Alive attorney Derrick Bauer when asked where his assessment stands Monday afternoon.
So you do not have a single record in your possession that's associated with the review and assessment that you've been engaged to undertake?
I do not.
Is your law firm possessing your records?
No, sir.
Wade says he's reviewing 5 years worth of jail debts free of charge. He claims he's reviewed hundreds of documents involving at least 12 inmate fatalities so far, which included re-interviewing deputies. But he did not have a single note or record to share.
As your review and assessment for the Cobb County Sheriff's Office stands today, you have no work product whatsoever associated with that undertaking, correct?
Oh, I have work product. It's just not in the form of documents, communications, or records memorializing, reflecting evidence, or relating to the work, as you put it here.
Okay, well, what work product do you have?
Well, I have obviously my my brainchild, what's going on in my mind about it. That's what I have.
You heard that right. The work he's produced over the past 123 days, all in his brain. And when he did use paper to document his findings, he threw it away.
Got done with it, destroyed it, and walked out.
Okay, so when you did take notes, you destroyed them when you were finished with the interview?
Yes, they're in the sheriff's department.
2 of those inmate deaths include Reginald Wilson and Bradley Emery. Both of their case files closed last year. But when 11 Alive asked for their records in August, the county attorney wrote, Sheriff Warren requested an independent law firm investigate circumstances surrounding the inmate deaths. That would be Mr. Wade. And that state law allowed the agency to withhold records until the conclusion of his investigation. There's just one problem. Wade admits he's not doing a criminal investigation at all.
Whatever it is not a criminal investigation, correct?
That's correct.
11 Alive filed a lawsuit against Sheriff Warren in September, claiming he was violating state law by withholding public jail records and that Wade's investigation is illusionary in an effort to shield thousands of public and potentially damaging records from disclosure in an election year. Sheriff Warren is running for re-election in November. Wednesday afternoon, Cobb County Superior Court Judge Gregory Poole ordered the sheriff to release the records to 11 Alive.
Now, Andy, the sheriff originally denied providing any records for these 2 inmates following a scathing investigation that you produced about the detention center just before, right?
Ron, that's correct. In August, our review investigative team uncovered 2019 video of an inmate named Cavell Wingo seen begging for medical help and complaining that he could not breathe for hours. Instead of sending him to the hospital, jail staff put him in a padded room where he died. The sheriff continued to provide jail death records, but stopped after we published our investigation into Wingo's death. Today's ruling is a big win for the public's right to know. Now we're hoping the sheriff produces the documents the court has ordered him to do so. We reached out to Sheriff Warren, but did not hear back.
All righty. After watching this story, if there's anybody that still live in Cobb County, Georgia, there's any black men still living in Cobb County, Georgia, you better get out of it. The same way when the driver brought us the video about the people in the Mississippi prison living in the daggone 2 feet of water with the rats biting them, and they get one little piece of a peach. You know when you carve it up, that one little piece for dessert. If you still live in those places, black folk, I don't feel sorry for you. You need to get up and go. You ain't gonna fix it, get up and go. Why would you say that? Why would you stay? This is just the detention center. This is where they hold you before they send you to prison. They are ashamed to release the death records of people that have died in the detention center. This is before you go to the real jail. What is the real jail like if this is just the detention center? Seriously, what is the real jail like? How could you sit there? How could you sit there in that state knowing if you go to jail, something happened to you, they ain't gonna show no records of it. Your family won't be able to come fight for you. They won't be able to come save you. Won't get no justice for you. But yet you still live there and pay taxes. That's crazy. Ain't no way in the world. I would try to get everybody together, and if everybody don't want to do nothing, I'm gone. I'm not going to stay in a place where I can't get no justice. Why am I going to pay taxes in a place where I can't get no justice?
We have breaking news this morning out of Canoga Park. LAPD officers opened fire at the Best Western there after reports of a woman with a gun in the lobby. The suspect was taken to the hospital in stable condition, and a weapon was recovered at the scene. The investigation continues this morning.
Women at the Best Western getting into a shootout with the police. You ain't gonna win it. All right, let's keep it going.
What are you looking?
Don't worry, y'all. We getting the Trump.
Tuesday, so Cherie Stinson pled guilty in a Pinellas County courthouse to the murder of her son, 2-year-old Jordan Beliveau.
Jordan died in September of 2018. At the time, Cherie Stinson was 21. Pinellas County Bureau reporter Christy McClarty is at the courthouse with the very latest. This just happened, Christy.
It did within the last hour or two, and we were just feet away from Cherie Stinson in the courtroom. It was a very emotional morning. Both her mother, and the Beliveau family all seen crying in the courtroom. This morning, Stinson entered a disposition agreement. The judgment moved her from a first-degree murder charge down to second-degree. She's still facing charges for a false report to a law enforcement officer. In 2018, Stinson claimed a man attacked her, kidnapped her son, prompting a 3-day Amber Alert search. Stinson later admitted to hitting the boy, causing his head to hit a wall. An autopsy showed Jordan died from blunt force trauma. Stinson left Jordan's body in a wooded area near the Largo Sports Complex. Stinson spoke out in court today, saying she's a changed woman.
For a while, I was so angry and bitter before I came to jail. And now I'm free mentally. I may not be free physically, but I want my mom to know that I am free mentally. I am not held in bondage anymore, and that is the greatest gift that God has given me. And I thank my son for that.
Again, Stinson thanking her son, saying she needed this to change. Stinson has served 2 years of her 50-year sentence. She has 48 years left. Coming up tonight, what Stinson's mother was pleading for from the judge. Reporting live at the Pinellas County Courthouse, Christine McClarty, 8 on your side.
Shouldn't be pleading nothing from the judge. Your daughter killed your grandbaby. It took the death of your grandbaby to get your daughter off the street because she couldn't control herself. What the heck she gonna ask the judge for? Leniency? You can tell there's something wrong with that woman. She glad to be locked up for 50 years. Thinking her son, killing him, got her off the street. What? There's something wrong with these people out here. Y'all better be careful who y'all mess with. I'm telling you. You got some weirdos out here. Let's keep it going.
A man is sentenced to 30 years for second-degree murder. This was Jaime Sanchez after he drove his car through an intersection in downtown Denver in January of last year. He was going close to 100 miles per hour when he hit another car and killed the driver, 28-year-old Ethan Small. Sanchez had drugs in his system and a BAC more than twice the legal limit, pled guilty to multiple charges.
Damn. I said damn. Over 100 miles per hour in the inner city. In the city of Denver. Not out there in Pueblo. Not in Colorado Springs. Not in Florence, Colorado. No, this idiot is in Denver driving at 100 miles per hour through the inner city. What is wrong with these people, man? What the hell was he on? You can't drive through no city. Well, am I behind doing it? I think we only do 10 miles per hour. I can't drive all willy-nilly at 10 miles per hour. How you gonna drive all willy-nilly at 100? I can't drive all willy-nilly at 10 miles per hour. How you gonna drive at 100 miles an hour in the inner city? That's their money. 100 miles per hour in the inner city. Imagine driving through Manhattan at 100 miles an hour. Imagine driving through Times Square at 100 miles an hour in the middle of the day. You can't do that. 100 miles. If that man wasn't on something, I don't know what he was on. How can you control the car? How you know when somebody's not going to walk out in front of it? How you know somebody, the red light ain't got the cars backed up and you come over the hill and you ain't got no time to stop because you doing 100 miles per hour? That's just ridiculous, man. Ain't no excuse for that. There ain't no excuse. They gave him 30 years. Uh-oh.
Philadelphia police outside a West Philly apartment building where a father made a brutal discovery in his own place.
The father arrived home to find not only his wife bleeding from her wrist, but to find his son submerged face down in the tub.
Investigators believe the mother tried to cut her wrists.
That is so sad. I am praying for their family. I know their grandmother has to feel. It's heart-wrenching.
Maria Jones stopped to talk to us after she saw the balloons, prayer card, and candle outside the family's apartment building.
What is going through your mind seeing those blue balloons and that candle out front?
That baby did nothing. He did not deserve it.
Maria didn't know the family, but as a grandmother, she has sympathy. Later in the day, we saw police on patrol and others stop by the memorial. Neighbors can't believe a mom is accused of killing the child she's supposed to care for.
I used to work at the coroner's office, so I've seen a lot of stuff like this before, and it's just very tragic.
Police say they may take the mom in for a mental evaluation, and they will also check to see how many times they've been called to this apartment building, but that's standard procedure. In West Philly, I'm Brandon Hudson, NBC 10 News.
It's amazing. I just wonder, how sick are we going to get? I mean, how much lower can we go? And see, this is the thing that gets me. I believe that was Munchausen by proxy. She drowned the child, but slit her wrist. So she's still alive, but make it look like she tried to kill herself. She's going to get off. They're going to send her to the crazy place, and then she's going to be out. And she's going to have another child, and she's going to kill that child too. That's a mental disease. But it usually affects white women, but now we see it affects black women too.
Can't believe it.
You imagine coming home from work and finding your child drowned and your wife sitting there bleeding.
Eviction moratorium expires tonight, but federal rental protections do remain in place. 8 News Now reporter Kristen Drummond is live in the newsroom with what you need to know about the order and the most important thing, if you even qualify. Kristen?
Well, Denise, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention issued a federal eviction moratorium through the end of this year. That order makes it illegal for landlords around the country to evict tenants who cannot pay rent. But it does not kick in automatically, so tenants need to take action. Renters can invoke the CDC protections only by giving their landlord this signed declaration. The paper lists various qualifications tenants must truthfully admit for it to apply. Here's a list. They include the inability to pay rent for various reasons, working to try and make partial payments, or seeking rental assistance. The order also covers a tenant either receiving a stimulus payment or will make less than $99,000 this year. The declaration also applies to anyone who claims the eviction may cause homelessness or force them into a group living situation.
a tenant has to opt into that program, meaning that they have to provide a declaration to their landlord saying that they are qualified under the program. Otherwise, they won't have the protection that the order provides.
The CDC order does not protect tenants from eviction who take part in criminal activity, threaten other residents, damage the property, or violate their lease in a way unrelated to rent payment. Now, it's recommended to keep proof on how the form is delivered to the landlord. We have a link to the document on our website, 8newsnow.com. But if the eviction process starts, there's a new program that begins tomorrow to help renters and landlords solve their issues outside of court. I'll have more on that eviction mediation coming up at 6. But
all righty. So those of y'all who are having problems paying your rent, those of y'all that's having problems paying your rent, you just can't sit around. You got to go get them forms. And you got to make sure you give them to your landlord. Or you can find the sheriff knocking on your door to put you out. Now the stimulus, they seem to be getting it together. Less than 2 weeks before the day of election, they seem to be getting it together. We might have it by next week. By the end of next week, we might have the stimulus. For some people, they're going to be on the street. Ain't going to do them a bit of good. Naya says the end of 2020 is not far away. No, it's not. And like I say, a lot of families going to wake up Christmas morning not singing jingle bells, jingle bells. They're going to be saying, what the hell, you put my stuff on the street. You know I ain't got no money, we can't even eat. All right, y'all, this is funny. This is funny right here. This is funny.
how do you...
No, it's a commercial. Yep. This is funny right here. Y'all gonna get a grip out of this.
He was driving along M59 in Waterford when he saw an SUV decked out to look like a police squad car. Got closer and realized it was indeed a fake. Mara McDonald live in Waterford tonight. Mara, the sheriff pulled the guy over.
He sure did. Devin, you know, a guy working along this stretch of 59 captured the whole thing on his cell phone. And you see the sheriff in his suit and tie making the stop. And now the department is trying to figure out why somebody driving around in a fake cop car, you know, what have they been doing?
Can you tell which is the legit police vehicle in this video? Because it sure gave the experts pause.
Well, initially it looked to me exactly like a police car. It was a police car. It had a regular police car push bumpers. It had a whole light array on the back. It had police interceptor on the back, dial 911 on the side, stay back, K9 cages on the side rear window.
So you can understand why Bouchard, driving down 59, really raised an eyebrow when he got alongside it. And it had a sketchy decal on the door that said emergency response on it.
And I was like, no, that's not a police car. Something weird's going on.
It got weirder. He ran the plate. It didn't come back to an agency. So he activated his lights and pulled it over. The windows so tinted it was impossible to see who was driving. The guy behind the wheel rolls down the window.
He looks at me and says, who are you? And I said, I'm the sheriff. Who are you?
The inside of the phony cop car was also decked out to look legit.
The guy's got what looks intended to look like a computer-aided dispatch computer mounted in the car, a fake radar mounted on the dash. He's got a .45 semi-automatic loaded Glock handgun and a large Bowie knife.
Back here live, the Sheriff's Department is trying to figure out what this guy has been up to and if anybody has actually been stopped by this vehicle and had him masquerading as a police officer. By the way, I asked Sheriff Bouchard if it's common for him to be doing traffic stops. He says, depends on the week. This week there have been about 3 of them. Usually it's for egregious behavior. We're live in Waterford tonight. I'm Mara McDonald. Back to you.
This qualifies as egregious behavior. This guy was clearly, Mara, trying to make it look it wasn't just the outside of the car that he was. That's what's troubling about this, right?
Right, it's everything. I mean, it's the fake radar gun mounted inside, the fake police computer, the whole thing. And I think that perhaps it's really not wise to start any encounter you have with law enforcement when they pull you over with, "Who are you?"
Didn't work out. All right,
I'm Sarah.
Wow, what a story. All right, kid.
Y'all gotta admit, that is funny. Oh, shucks. The man asked who the sheriff is. How can you be a police officer and not know who your boss is? That's funny. But you gotta be careful. Just because somebody look legit don't mean they legit. All right, y'all. Let's get serious for a minute. Here.
Hey, Mama.
This is serious here. We've been covering the coronavirus, and this article says the virus that we had back in March ain't the same as the virus we got today.
Slight uptick. Most of it is what I would consider incidental findings. So the hospitals have all increased their pre-screening processes. Any patient now coming back in that were reopened has to have COVID testing before they go to the ORs, before they have a procedure done. And so we're finding people who are asymptomatic testing positive on those tests. And then based on their condition, we're holding them. We've not had anybody, I shouldn't say that, we've had a very small number in critical care. The majority of these people are held for observations for several days and then sent home.
So these are not people who are coming in complaining of symptoms of COVID. They are people that you are finding as you screen them for surgeries or other procedures, right?
Correct. We see very few symptomatic people. Now, that said, just in the past week, we've seen a slight uptick of people who are presenting with symptoms. Most of them are coming from the tri-state area. People are coming to Holy Name because of our robust clinical trials that we have and the reputation that we've generated around this. So they're not from the northern New Jersey market per se, but we're starting to see a trickle of those events, and we're watching it very closely.
Have you been using, in any of the cases that you've seen, the cocktail that President Trump received of remdesivir, dexamethasone, and the Regeneron cocktail of monoclonal antibodies? And what has your experience been with the patients? Who are you giving it to, if you're giving it at all? And what has been your experience with those drugs?
So it's varied. They're all in studies, and we're in all three. So what happens now, Regeneron, we were the first U.S. hospital to enroll somebody in the Regeneron study. We have about 30 patients that have gone through the study at various points. It's a blinded, randomized study, so we don't know who's getting the placebo, who's actually getting the drug, but the physicians in our Institute for Clinical Research feel it is very promising. It's early on in the stages of that trial, so hard to draw conclusions just yet, but absolutely shows a promise. The same with remdesivir, which is different, and it affects a different component. Timing on giving these drugs is most critical.
I see in my notes that you remarked that the virus itself seems to be maybe a mutation, but it seems to be more contagious than the earlier versions that you saw, but less lethal. Is that decline in lethality because the virus is different, or because your modes of treatment are different and better?
Well, there's many variables, Tyler, in that. And so we do know, it's well documented now, that the virus itself has mutated. It's at the 614 gene mark that there was a transition. And that mutation, it is believed very strongly, the science supports, has made it more infectious. And so we see that being infectious. Everybody is still a little hesitant to opine on whether it's less lethal because the science lags what we see. What I can tell you as somebody who had the virus, and what I see in our ER is, and while testing is up and we're seeing more positives, it's definitely not the same virus that was here in March and April.
Michael, you had said that more medical facilities are sending COVID patients to your hospital. I'm curious what changes you've made to your infrastructure, ICU beds, and other equipment to ensure you can accommodate more inpatients over the next coming weeks, if that does plan out.
Yes. So in the middle of the COVID crisis, we expanded. We added over 100 critical care beds. Many of those designed specifically for COVID, all negative pressure rooms, high visibility for staff, preservation of PPE. So we still have those rooms intact. We're finishing up renovations that we started hastily in the middle of COVID to change our old ICU and update that for, again, negative pressure, higher visibility, extending staff's capability to treat patients and preserve PPE. So all of that is still very much intact, and we're ready to do that. We've been stockpiling PPE. We continue to monitor all of our studies, and we keep these 8 clinical trials quite active.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching CNBC on YouTube.
Well, thank you, Shepard. All right, y'all. So the same virus that we started with is different now. So that means there's 2 different kind of viruses out there. But the mutation is more infectious. But it's not as lethal. But they don't want to say that 100%. But here's the thing. The man said something that caught my eye. He said the majority of the cases that they treating is people that's coming in for something else and didn't even realize they had the virus, and these people were still spreading it. But just because somebody don't look like they sick, don't mean they not. Let that money. You looking for somebody to people can look you in your face and be giving you the virus, and you think they okay. So how can we contact trace efficiently when the people, when you sit back and think, well, who was you around that was sick? And you say nobody. Well, yeah, you got
it. The victim ended up at this home on 9th Avenue North on August 12th. Police tell 8 on your side. The attack lasted 4 hours. Next door neighbors Pat Chicola and Brian Rogers can't believe it.
We heard nothing. There was absolutely nothing from anybody because I'm a victim of rape. And I know. He's screaming. He's screaming.
The court documents indicate 23-year-old Anthony Saul prevented her cries for help, duct taping her mouth shut and repeatedly raping and beating her before casually calling a lift to take her home.
I could tell she didn't believe what had happened to her. She couldn't. It had been a night. She told me it had been like the whole night of just horror.
Hector Gonzalez was that Lyft driver. She told him everything.
Telling me, he raped me, he tied me up, he beat me, everything on repeat almost, like all the things that he had done to her. Horrible.
Police tracked Saul down in Pennsylvania and brought him back to Pinellas County to face sexual battery and kidnapping charges. Gonzalez is relieved for the victim.
I cannot tell you how happy it makes me that they got him, because I was really terrified after everything that happened.
Look at the perv. Look at him. Look at him. Look at the perv. Look at the pervert. Look at him. Don't let your daughters around that man. But they're going to let him out. All right. This is crazy.
Docs.
I don't know what it is about these things.
A loaded gun inside the vehicle, a 13-year-old abandoned in the middle of a police chase. Officers say they tried to stop a vehicle near Houston Avenue and Dry Creek Way a little after 2 Wednesday afternoon. That's when they say the driver took off, leading them on a short chase before crashing into a fence. Officers say the teen got out of the vehicle and started to run. He was arrested shortly after. Officers found the loaded gun in the vehicle. Now, the teen faces multiple charges, including evading, hit and run, resisting arrest, and weapons violations. Katie Johnston for CBS 13 News.
13-year-old boy got a car and a gun. You know why it's so hard to get them to go to school? You know why it's so hard to get them to go to college? They can sling them drugs. And they can have themselves money, car, guns as a teenager. Why would you want to wait until you're 20-something to be able to do that when you can do it when you're 13? That's why when you sit there and the other day, somebody said, what did somebody say? How could two 13-year-old Jewish kids get married? You got a 13-year-old running his own little drug thing. He ain't got him a car, got him a gun, and riding around like a pimp. And he's 13 years old. I don't know why you keep treating children like they babies. Seriously. Just let them marinate. That 13-year-old was probably making more money than anybody watching this show right now. Probably making more money a week. Was able to get an adult to go get him a car. He ain't even got no driver's license. Yet he was able to get all that done. Remember what I told you about putting stuff in other people's name? 13-year-old was able to do all this. Now they say he'd be a good businessman if he's not in prison. But see, he don't have the patience to get a good business going. It takes patience. A business just don't start out. There are a lot of YouTubers that make YouTube their business. Look how many people fail at it. They come on here and they come in to do something and then they don't get the results. So then they wind up showing themselves. They wind up picking fights with bigger YouTubers because it's not growing the way they want to. Well, these young folk feel the same way. Why am I spending all that time going to school? Then I gotta pay off them student loans. And then I gotta work for somebody. And then maybe by the time I'm 35, maybe I can start my own business. And I can go out here as a daggone 11, 12-year-old and I can be riding around in the car. Giving me my own apartment. Just pay somebody to put in their name. Give me a cell phone. I can get my Xbox, 60-inch TV, furniture set. I can make more than mom and dad put together. Why would I want to go to school? And this is something the young boy used to tell me. I respect the fact that you go to work every day, but shoot, I have a good day. I'll make your salary in 2 days. If I have a good 2 days, I can make your salary in 2 days. So, and then I would have to deal with people like me. It's easier to do this. And that's why I do it. And they get the women. All right. apparently the Trump campaign at it again.
Are mounting of the new COVID wave sweeping the country. The U.S. now averaging more than 50,000 cases a day. Positive test rates are surging across northern states. 6 states are setting records for hospitalizations. At least 38 states, plus D.C., reporting an increase in cases. And Policy Lab researchers predict a significant increase over the next 4 weeks. Dr. Anthony Fauci joins us now. Dr. Fauci, thank you for joining us again this morning. When you look at these numbers, how worried are you about where we are right now, where we're heading this winter?
Well, it's quite concerning, George, because as you just mentioned, we have a baseline of daily infections at approximately 45, 50,000 per day. And then if you look at the states that you just mentioned, several of them, I mean, well over 30, have upticks in test positivity, which has proven in the past to be a very good prediction of a surge in cases, which ultimately leads to a surge in hospitalizations. And then ultimately, in some individuals, that will obviously be an increase in deaths. The issue is that as we enter, as we are now, in the cooler season of the fall and ultimately the colder season of the winter, you don't want to be in that compromised position where your baseline daily infection is high and you are increasing as opposed to going in the other direction. So we've really got to double down on the fundamental public health measures that we talk about every single day, because they can make a difference.
You talk about doubling down. Your adult children won't be coming home for Thanksgiving this year. What should all of us be doing to prevent Thanksgiving from becoming a super spreader event?
Well, understanding that everyone has this traditional, emotional, understandable, warm feeling about the holidays and bringing a group of people, friends and family together in the house indoors, that's understandable. But we really have to be careful this time, and each individual family evaluate the risk-benefit of doing that, particularly when you have people coming in from out of town who may have been on airplanes in airports to just come into the house. If you have vulnerable people, the elderly, or people with underlying conditions, you better consider whether you want to do that now or maybe just forestall it and just wait and say, this is an unfortunate and unusual situation. I may not want to take the risk. But then it's up to the individuals and the choices they make.
The president is holding packed rallies every day. He's talking about immunity, still suggesting the virus is going to disappear. Is the president doing what he needs to do, saying what he needs to say, setting the example the country needs right now?
George, I've said it time and again, I don't like to be pitted against what the president says, but it's so clear that when you have congregate settings and so many people, when you're in a situation when the community infection rate is there, you can't run away from or argue with the numbers. When you have a high community spread and you're in a situation where we know you can get spread, acquisition, and transmission, particularly when people are not wearing masks, is not a good thing. That's a high-risk endeavor.
I know you don't want to be at odds with the president. You've served presidents of both parties since 1980, I believe, but the president's campaign is continuing to feature you in a campaign ad, even after you said this is a form of harassment, pointed out that they're taking your words out of context. You've warned that this is going to backfire on the president. What did you mean by that exactly? I know you're not going to resign. Are you contemplating any further action?
No, I'm not contemplating any further action, George. What I meant by that is that it's very clear that I have stated without any equivocation that I'm an apolitical person. I don't like to be associated with anything political or certainly any political party campaign. And the way I was juxtaposed in that ad, it made it look very much like I was part of a political campaign. And I'm expressing that I don't like that. And when I said it might backfire, I think if people see that they're doing things that are clearly against my will, it's going to make them look bad. That's what I meant, nothing more than that.
Let's talk about herd immunity. The White House has embraced this so-called Great Barrington Declaration, which talks about herd immunity. I want to show everybody part of the declaration. It says that it talks against lockdowns and then goes on to say the most compassionate approach that balances the risks and benefits of reaching herd immunity is to allow those who are at minimal risk of death to live their lives normally, to build up immunity to the virus through natural infection while better protecting those who are at highest risk. We call this focused protection. What do you think of focused protection?
You know, George, that declaration has a couple of things in it that I think are fooling people because it says things that are like apple pie and motherhood. A, we don't want to shut down the country. I say that all the time. B, we certainly want to protect the vulnerable. However, hidden in there is the implication that if you, in fact, let people get infected and worry about essentially protecting the vulnerable, there's about 30% of the population has underlying conditions that make them more susceptible to getting the adverse events and outcomes of serious disease with COVID-19. If you just let things rip and let the infection go, no masks, crowd, it doesn't make any difference. That, quite frankly, George, is ridiculous because what that will do is that there will be so many people in the community that you can't shelter, that you can't protect, who are going to get sick and get serious consequences. So this idea that we have the power to protect the vulnerable is total nonsense because history has shown that that's not the case. And if you talk to anybody who has any experience in epidemiology and infectious diseases, they will tell you that that is risky and you'll wind up with many more infections of vulnerable people, which will lead to hospitalizations and deaths. So I think that we just got to look that square in the eye and say it's nonsense.
That's the last word, Dr. Fauci. Thanks for your time this morning.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Lots of great stuff here. So go on, click the subscribe button right over here.
You got me.
More of awesome videos and content
You got
on
me.
GMA every day, anytime. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the morning.
They got me. Sorry about that, y'all. Told y'all I'm thinking about riding to the store. I was getting some stuff ready. And I was making something to eat. Alrighty. Is this a part 1 or part 2? It's the same thing. Yeah, Liz sent us 2 of the same things. Alrighty.
Hey, y'all, I'm going to show y'all a video of Lady Fought to the Fort.
This is the rampway she's talking about. I'm pulled off first from a toll.
Whoa, he said, oh my God.
But we can't
He said, oh my God.
The traffic light on Grove Street is here. And this is the rampway she's talking about. I'm pulled off first from a toll.
Whoa, she just fell to the floor like it was night. Should have hang on to the dang. Whoa, shit, the lady should have fell to the floor, y'all.
The traffic light on Grove Street is here. And this is the rampway she's talking about. I'm pulled off first from a toll.
Whoa, he said, oh my God. He said, oh my God. He said, oh my God.
The traffic light on Grove Street is here. And this is the rampway she's talking about. I'm pulled off first from a toll.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, the guy said, oh my God.
The traffic light on Grove Street is here. And this is the rampway she's talking about. I'm pulled off first from a toll.
I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm sorry. Hey, that's boring. I'm sorry. That's boring. Yeah. That's boring. Yeah. I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, that was from Nine Liz.
Well, video has just been released Why of a deadly police shooting in Chula Vista. Let's check in with Phil Blau, who's watching the news feed. Phil.
All right, Maria, and that's right. We're getting
body cam video. Let's get it.
Footage now. In terms of this incident, which happened on October 4th, four CHP officers and 2 officers from San Diego Police
I ain't
Department
seen this, so let's check it out together.
I-805 north of Orange Avenue in Chula Vista. It followed a pursuit which began earlier. 30-year-old Christopher Ulmer of Whittier died from his wounds at the hospital. There you can see the police dog also getting involved in this situation. All the officers who were involved there are on administrative leave while the investigation by the Sheriff's Department's homicide unit continues. And this is overhead footage now that was shot from the chopper of that pursuit coming to an end. Again, it all began in Orange County, Maria, and then it stopped there at I-805 in Orange about 1 in the morning. And there you see the occupant there getting out of the car. He did point a weapon at police, and then they took matters in their own hands. He died at the hospital, as I mentioned, a short time after it. So again, this is coming to us from the Sheriff's Department as they continue their investigation into this shooting involving, again, as we mentioned, 6 police officers. Maria?
They're gonna brag about body cam footage, this and they're gonna man, couldn't see nothing. All right, let's get to it.
Hey, mama, what's up? I only see one price on my phone.
Of taxes, as you know, the New York Times has obtained. It says years of your tax returns, among other things. It says that you have debts of approximately $421 million that you have personally guaranteed and that will come due in the next 4 years. The question is, on behalf of voters, who do you owe $421 million
first of all, let me answer. What they did is illegal, number one. Also, the numbers are all wrong with the numbers they released. And just so you understand, when you have a lot of real estate, you know a lot of it, okay? Right down the road, Doral, big stuff, great stuff. When I decided to run, I'm very under-levered, fortunately, but I'm very under-levered. I have a very, very small percentage of debt compared, in fact, some of it I did as favors to institutions that wanted to loan me money. $400 million compared to the assets that I have, all of these great properties all over the world, and frankly, the Bank of America building in San Francisco. I don't love what's happening to San Francisco.
Well, do I hear you right? It sounds like you're saying $400 million isn't that much.
One of the biggest office buildings.
But are you confirming that, yes, you do owe some $400 million?
What I'm saying is that it's a tiny percentage of my net worth.
That sounds like
yes. You'll see that soon because we're doing things, you know. We've given, I think it's 108 or 112 pages of financial detail to elections. And, you know, we have to file it as the president, as any politician, you have to file. Nobody ever looks at that. When they do, they see how incredible the company is. But more importantly, they see where this debt is. No, I don't owe Russia money. I owe a very, very small. It's called mortgages. Yeah. People have a house.
Any foreign bank, any foreign entity?
Not that I know of, but I will probably, because it's so easy to solve. And if you'd like to do, I will let you know who I owe whatever small amount of money. I want to say 2 things. Number one, it's a very small amount of money. Number 2, it's very straight. It's very, very straight. But it's a tiny percentage of the worth. Did you ever hear the expression underlevered?
Yeah.
I am extremely underlevered.
Here's the thing. You could clear this up tonight by just releasing your tax returns yourself. I mean, that's what I understand. I think people are just wondering.
Actually, no, I'm underwrought. It turned out that I am underwrought. Excuse me. No, but you
the IRS says that doesn't stop you from releasing.
You accused me of not being underwrought previously, and so did other people at NBC. And I am underwrought. So that was solved. That's good. I am underwrought. No person in their right mind would release prior to working out the deal with the IRS. And I'll go a step further. I'm treated very badly by the IRS. They treat me very, very badly. You have people in there from previous administrations. They treat me very badly. But we're under audit. It's very routine in many ways, but we're under audit. They like to change the game, change the rules, do everything. You saw what they did with the Tea Party people. You saw what they did with the religious group.
But to be clear, there is no law or rule that prohibits you from releasing your tax returns.
Except common sense and intelligence and having lawyers that say, because I would love to release them, and as soon as we come to a conclusion, I will release them, and very gladly. But if you go to elections, and if you take a look, you'll see 112, I think it's 112. It talks about the income, which is rather massive. It talks about all of the properties. They have them listed. You can never learn more. But you know what happened? People went there. All the reporters went. There was like a feeding frenzy. This was originally when I filed it. And I file it every year. I update it every year. My son is here. They run the company. I don't run the company.
It also says that you paid $750 in taxes in the year you were elected. Is that true or not?
It's a statutory number. It's a statutory.
But is that true?
I think it's a filing number. You pay $750. It's a filing fee.
Most people here probably pay more.
No, I don't know. I can tell you this. If they have my tax returns, as you know, they have to go to jail. It's illegal. But their numbers were wrong. But let me tell you what else. I don't owe money to any of these sinister people. This has been going on for years now. Russia. It turned out to be a hoax. And it turned out to be that Hillary Clinton and the Democrats were dealing with Russia, not me. It's a whole hoax. So I would not mind at all saying who it is, but it's a very small. When you look at vast properties like I have, and they're big and they're beautiful and they're well located, when you look at that, the amount of money, $400 million, is a peanut. It's extremely underlevered. And it's levered with normal banks. Not a big deal.
Hey, NBC News.
Yeah, man, lying.
Thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here.
For those of y'all who say, why is it our business? He's the president of the United States. He's the commander-in-chief. He's supposed to be running everything, but you know, lazy Republicans don't do nothing. But one thing I want to mention, this man was given millions of dollars by his father and told to go out into the world. I don't know if he was given $34 million or $354 million. This man is filed for bankruptcy 11 times. Filed for bankruptcy 11 times. And he owes $400 and something million today. That he only paid $750 in taxes in 2016. But this man owes $400 million. Now I ask you, how can a man tell you that he can run the country when he can't even run his own finances? You start out with millions of dollars. Like you play Monopoly. When you start, they give you $200, right? Or the $500. When you start with a certain amount of money. To win the game, you're supposed to get it all. This man had filed bankruptcy 11 times. That means he didn't have the money to pay his bills. Yet his father gave him millions of dollars to start with. I said millions. Millions of dollars. I don't know if it's 34 million or 334 million. Whatever it was, this man filed bankruptcy 11 times. And today, he owes $400 million. You can talk to me all day. How does a man that's supposed to be a millionaire owe $400 million? Our president of the United States owes somebody $400 million. That means somebody can control him like a puppet. And y'all can talk all the trash you want to talk. You don't want to be beholden to anybody. You sitting in here on the YouTube streets. What's the first thing one of these drunks say? You're not going to let me do what I want to do? I'm not donating no more. No more money. I'm not going to donate no more. You stood up to me. I'm not donating no more. What happened when one of these people asks him for a favor he can't do? Like, give my money. But where he gonna get it from? He gonna give me, he gonna get him our money? When they ask you to do something he can't do, you owe somebody $433 million, you in somebody's pocket. I don't care what kind of money he supposed to have. He ain't got no money. You owe somebody $433 million. I wouldn't invest in none of his companies. He ain't solvent. Somebody said you should carry a little debt. Maybe like 5 or 10,000. $400 million? $400 million. This man is in debt $400 million. And he didn't deny it. So that's true, but all the other data wrong. Everything that they put out in that report was wrong, except the fact that he owed $433 million. Let this marinate. Would you feel comfortable going to a church where you do things for the community and you give your money to do things for the community and you find out that the pastor is in debt for $50 million? Would you keep donating money? Because that money might not be going to them communities. Charity things you're doing, that money could be going to pay off a debt. So you wouldn't keep putting money. Well, I said $50,000. God darn it, this man owed $433 million and he running the country. $433 million he run the country. Nobody insolvent should be running anything. Especially that affect your life. If I was sitting here and y'all were donating money to me and I couldn't keep the lights on, and I couldn't have a place to live, you never knew where I was going to live stream from under the bridge, why would you want to support somebody that can't even come to you? He was like, well, what's he doing with the money? What is Trump doing? He trying to, I got businesses and all this. Yeah, you might have them. You might have the businesses. But do you really, are they solvent? Are they making you money? Or are you losing money? I got all these properties. Are they making you money? Do you even really own them? Somebody got a lien on it. If somebody got a lien on something, you don't own it. If you go out there and buy a fancy car, and you still got to make a payment on it, you don't own the car. You just got access to it. You paying for access. Because when you don't pay or do something that the owner don't like, they come get it. They send repo people to come get it. If you take out a mortgage to go buy something, if you don't pay that bank, they send people to come get their property back. So you don't own it. You're leasing it. So this man walking around with a suit on acting like he all rich. Is he really rich? Or is he really living on somebody else's money? And if everybody at the same time come say, let's get him, we want our money back, will he go under? What would them people say, I want my $433 million right now? Is he going to be in there? Well, look, I can get you a tax credit on your business. I can bring you some clients and pay you back that way. You want that man to be your president. A lot of y'all ain't paying that no mind. That's why I'm hitting you upside the head with it.
Some small businesses use pliers. Some use...
News tonight, a wild scene on the west side of Manhattan where a man was climbing the New York Times building. CBS 2's Lisa Rosner is on the west side with an update for us. What it's
Well, Dana, we're here on 8th Avenue near 40th Street where a man was actually on the 3rd floor of the Times Square building. Multiple police and firefighters were here trying to get him to calm down. This happened about an hour ago. Witnesses tell me they saw him start climbing the side of the building here, and then just a short time ago, emergency responders were actually able to break one of the windows facing 40th Street, and the man went inside. They took him through the building. They brought him downstairs. We just saw him get put into an ambulance by emergency responders. You know, what happened here, why this person climbed the building.
Holding up traffic, wasting everybody's time.
Happening,
you want to jump?
Right now, thankfully, everything is okay. No one has...
Give him a push.
Emergency responders were able to get this man down from the building. We're live in Midtown. Lisa Rosner, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Lisa, thank you.
They said one of them gave him a push. You need some help? Let me help you by pushing you over. You want to die so bad? I can help you.
Man arrested for carrying out a vicious attack against America's police officers. Again in Seattle, it allegedly involves burning a police vehicle while an officer is inside the vehicle. Our own Rick Leventhal standing by from Fox News, our West Coast Bureau, with the very latest. Rick, wow.
Yeah. Hey, Sean. In the first 2 weeks after the death of George Floyd, more than 725 police officers were injured in anti-police protests, and many more have been hurt since then, including nearly 500 in New York City. But this most recent attack happened in an alley in Seattle this afternoon, an officer responding to a call of a man brandishing a flaming piece of lumber. And when the cop rolled up, the suspect threw the blazing 2x2 into the patrol vehicle, which caught fire with the officer still inside. An eyewitness said that officer then opened fire on the assailant.
The officer is sitting on the passenger side of the vehicle, and he's actually firing shots as the vehicle is rolling, and the cop actually falls to the ground. Luckily, didn't roll over.
The suspect tried to flee, but other police arriving on scene chased him into a nearby parking garage, tased him, and took him into custody. The injured officer was hospitalized with what are described as non-life-threatening burns. His vehicle, as you can see, destroyed. Another example of the random dangers our police face every day and night on the streets of America, with 32 officers fatally shot in the line of duty this year alone, Sean.
All right, Rick.
All right, well, stop killing people.
Police officers everywhere under assault.
You know, maybe they should go out there and protest. That was the also do. Tell them to go out there and protest. Maybe they should go out there and protest.
The Viral Vega Pro.
Let them go out there and protest, and you can call the National Guard on them. Let them see what they feel like. I'm just being honest.
This Halloween will be just like last.
They got me with that one. They snuck me.
Days away from Election Day, and despite President Trump today saying on Fox Business that the U.S. is doing, quote, fine with coronavirus, the U.S. is not. Unless, of course, you think an average of 724 Americans dying every day, fine. Unless you think the highest official death rate in the world is fine. Unless you think these alarming new warning signs are fine. In North Carolina, where the president held another reckless rally this afternoon and early voting starts today, the state is reporting its highest daily case count ever. There were nearly 60,000 new cases reported across the U.S. today. 985 people died from the virus. At this rate, the U.S. could top 9 million coronavirus cases and 230,000 deaths by Election Day. Health experts have been very clear. Wearing masks, socially distancing can dramatically help reduce the spread of the virus, and yet President Trump on the campaign trail continues to undermine those efforts. Today, he completely misrepresented a CDC study and lied to the American people about it. Listen to this, but before you do, just keep this in mind. This is not true.
Look at all the masks. You know, they keep saying nobody wears masks. Wear the masks. Although then they come out with things today. Did you see it, CDC? That 85% of the people wearing the mask catch it, okay?
That is not true in any way. 85% of people wearing masks do not catch it. There is no study that suggests that at all. I asked the White House what he was talking about. They referred me to a CDC study of people who had coronavirus. A high percentage of them claimed that they had worn masks. But that's not the fact of the matter in terms of how they got the virus. More than 40% of those individuals had also had close contact with somebody who had COVID, mostly family members. A great number of them had eaten at restaurants. The report was trying to find out how these people who claimed they wore masks got the virus. But President Trump continues to misrepresent facts instead of facing the reality. The president also now dismissing Dr. Anthony Fauci as a, quote, Democrat. Everybody knows that. That's not true. There's no evidence Fauci is a Democrat. He's not registered as one. He has served in his position since 1984 under both Republican and Democratic administrations, heralded by both Democratic and Republican presidents. Sanjay, I have to say, again, the president, the leading purveyor of false information about the virus, misrepresenting this CDC study. For whatever reason, I don't know if he misunderstood it or if he's just lying about it. It's dangerous. It is not true that this study said 85% of people who wear masks catch the virus. It's a lie.
No, it's absolutely a lie. That isn't even what the study was trying to determine, as you pointed out, Jake. It was a totally different sort of focus of the study. In the study, as you know, they found they had people who were symptomatic, people got tested for the virus, people who were infected, people who were not infected. They said they were about just as likely to have worn a mask, whether they had been infected or not. But interestingly, Jake, that's the problem with these studies. First of all, is that about half the country regularly or sometimes wears a mask. We know that from lots of different studies. In this self-reported study, about 8 out of 10 people said that they regularly or sometimes wore a mask. Point is that it's self-reported. It's very hard to make any sense of that data. What we know, I think pretty convincingly, what the CDC has always said, and they just sent us a statement again, is that the mask is really designed to protect others from a potentially infected mask wearer. So the real question should be, if you got infected, how likely were you to be around people who weren't wearing masks? Not how likely were you to be wearing a mask. So as you point out, it was a totally different study. Masks are a good thing. That's been borne out over and over again, and helps protect others from you. You may not even know you're carrying the virus.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to figure out how these people got the virus. And one of the, I think 42% of the people who, and again, they claimed they wore the mask. We don't know if it's true or not. 42% of them said they had close contact with somebody who had the virus, meaning they probably, and mostly family members. So they probably, didn't wear a mask around that person at home. And then they were more than twice as likely to have gone to a restaurant when you obviously take off your mask to eat. So it wasn't saying wearing a mask doesn't do anything. In fact, it was saying the opposite. These people who got the disease when they weren't wearing masks, they didn't spread it because they often were wearing masks. I mean, it's just lunacy. And I can't believe we have to spend our time talking about this from the president, who is charged with protecting the American people.
We plant fruits and vegetables, but we grow healthy.
I ask y'all, has the president lost his mind? Has the president lost his mind? First, he tried to talk his way out of being in debt. $433 million. $433 million. I will never see $1 million at one time in my life. I couldn't imagine owing somebody $433 million. Okay? He talks about it like it's nothing. He's jealous because the owner of Amazon is a billionaire and he ain't. How you gonna be a billionaire when you owe somebody almost $500 million? How's he gonna be a billionaire? $500 million is $500 million. You in debt by almost $500 million. How can you ever expect to be a billionaire? I'm just asking the question. This man said that people were begging him to borrow money. You only borrow money when you need it. Now, somebody said if you wanted to build some credit, go buy something and pay it off on time. Bezos, what is that, now? How come we got 11 people here, only 9 talking? Where everybody else at? Speak up. Why y'all scared to talk in my chat? Actually, our chat. Why everybody scared to speak up? We less than 3 weeks away from the election. Does anybody want to come in here? Anybody want to come in here and defend Donald Trump? Anybody want to come defend him? You can call in 443-461-4518. We can go ahead and get it live on the late night. Or we get Amazon on it. Yeah, you know, that's why Donald Trump wanted to go after the Amazon and go after the Postal Service. But they say Amazon getting over by using the Postal Service to send stuff. It's cheaper. He thinks that Amazon should be using UPS and FedEx and spending no extra money. That's none of Donald Trump business. If Amazon is giving the USPS money, what's the problem? You're a businessman. You sat there and tried to say that all those tax shelters that you used in 2016, he only paid $750 in taxes. We shouldn't care about that, but you care about Amazon saving money by using the Postal Service. Do you hear why I call the man retarded? His logic makes no sense. The government ain't getting no money out of them, but the Postal Service is getting money out of Amazon. So the Postal Service shouldn't get no money. The Postal Service shouldn't be able to get money from Amazon, but yet Donald Trump is cheating the government that he represents out of money. $750? He paid $750. So I was paying between $17 and $20 a week for years. I mean years. A week in federal taxes. I don't know how much that is when you add it up, but it's got to be close to $750. But you telling me a man supposed to be a millionaire only paid $750? And on top of that, he in debt for $433 million. What great businessman is in debt by $433 million? I'll listen. What great businessman is in debt by $433 million? He's a puppet. Somebody's playing him like Pinocchio and pulling on his strings. Is that the reason why the Republicans wanted to give $39 billion? I mean, why they wanted to give $93 billion to 49,000 millionaires? Are some of the millionaires in Donald Trump's pocket? But was he trying to pay off some of his creditors? I'm just asking. I asked the questions. Said nobody knows when to come in here and answer them. Let's keep going. Did we see this already? I got lost.
Yeah, 2 men were shot in a car, which then crashed into another vehicle. That injured a woman and a child. And WGN's Rob Sneed is live at Stroger Hospital, where the victims now are recovering. Rob?
Tonight, 3 people in the hospital, including a 3-year-old boy. Right now, police are trying to figure out if that shooting happened before, during, or after that car accident. Skycam 9 was right there as Chicago police blocked off this intersection in McKinley Park. Just before 1:45 this afternoon, a car traveling westbound on Archer crashed into a car with 2 men inside traveling northbound on Western. Those 2 men were ages 20 and 21. Police were called, and they soon discovered both men had gunshot wounds. The 20-year-old was shot in the shoulder and pronounced dead on the scene. The 21-year-old was shot in the back and transported to Stroger in serious condition. As a result of the crash, a 3-year-old boy and a 39-year-old woman were hurt and transported to Stroger with non-life-threatening injuries. And tonight, this is all still under investigation. Police are asking anyone with any information to come forward. Reporting live at Stroger, Rob Sneed, WGN News. All right.
Now, see, this is what I don't understand about people who brag about being in being in the game, being in the criminal realm. Do y'all understand? Do y'all understand that these 2 men were shot while they were driving? That the guy that was driving was shot in the shoulder and he died. The other guy was shot in the back. So basically, you had 2 people that basically were invalids, that were like vegetables. And you got a car speeding through the streets. And for it to stop, it had to hit something. Now, of course, it couldn't hit a brick wall. It couldn't jump the curb and hit a telephone pole. It couldn't run into a fence. No, it had to run into a car that was carrying a woman and a 3-year-old. That woman and a 3-year-old didn't have nothing to do with what those guys were illegally doing, but yet they in the hospital. When you do things like that and you say it doesn't bother anybody, it doesn't hurt anybody what I'm doing. Yes, it does. Because you involve innocent people in your bull crap. All right, let's get back to our boy Donald Duck.
Oh my
Mickey
God.
Mouse, Donald Duck. Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck.
Barbecue.
Wrong button.
About his own testing for the coronavirus, something about which he has been covering up.
When was your last negative test? When did you last remember having a negative test?
Well, I test quite a bit, and I can tell you that before the debate, which I thought it was a very good debate, and I felt fantastically. I had no problem before.
Did you test the day of the debate?
I don't know. I don't even remember. I test all the time, but I can tell you this. After the debate, like I guess a day or so, I think it was Thursday evening, maybe even late Thursday evening, I tested.
You trying to move it down?
That's when I first found out about it.
Back to the debate, because the debate commission's rules, it was the honor system, would be that you would come with a negative test. You say you don't know if you got a test on the day of the debate?
I have no problem. Again, the doctors do it. I don't ask them. I test all the time, and
did you take a test, though, on the day of the debate?
You know, if you ask the doctor, they'll give you a perfect answer. But they take a test, and I leave, and I go about my business.
Did you take a test on the day of the debate, I guess is the
I
bottom line.
probably did, and I took a test the day before and the day before, and I was always in great shape. And I was in great shape for the debate. And it was only after the debate, like a period of time after the debate, that I said, that's interesting, and they took a test, and it tested positive.
So just to button it up, do you take a test every single day?
No, but I take a lot of tests.
You just said you did. No.
Possibly I didn't.
No. He just said, I take a test every day. Because he said, I took it the day before that, and the day before that, and the day before that. Let us run it back.
answer, but they take a test and I leave and I go about my business.
Did you take a test on the day of the debate? I guess is the bottom line.
Probably did, and I took a test the day before and the day before, and I was always in great shape, and I was in great shape for the debate, and it was only after the debate,
So he said, basically, he take a test almost every day.
Period of time after the debate that I said, that's interesting, and they took a test and it tested positive.
So just to button it up, do you take a test every single day?
No, but I take a lot of tests.
He just said that he don't take a test every day. But he just said, I took a test that day and the day before that, and the day before that. Well, that would be every day. Did y'all catch that? I played it back for you. Did y'all catch that? He said, I took a test the day of the debate, and I took a test the day before that, and the day before that. So he's being tested every day. That's what he said. He just told you 3 days straight that he got tested. But now he said he don't get tested every day. I don't get it.
Okay, and you don't know if you took a test the day of the debate?
Possibly I did, possibly I didn't.
Joins now Ben Jones, former special.
Possibly I did. Possibly I did.
Political commentator Rick Santorum, former Republican senator from Pennsylvania, the CNN senior political commentator, CNN's Dana Bash is back as well. Dana, did President Trump do himself any favors tonight? He said, you can ask the doctors and they'll give you a perfect answer. The doctors won't give any answer because he's told the doctors not to give an answer.
Exactly. Look, the fact that he had to be asked multiple times whether or not he took a test the night of the debate and could not answer it is our answer. I'm sorry, but if the president took a test the night of the debate, he would have said, I took a test the night of the debate. It's not something that you forget. And I just, maybe I'm making a leap here, but I don't think so. And that was the whole point of that exchange that went on way longer than I'm sure Savannah Guthrie had intended it to, but she was determined to get an answer. And again, his non-answer was an answer. And why does this matter? For so many reasons. It goes to what we were talking about earlier in the program. Chris Christie, who helped him for that debate, in the statement he put out today, now that he's finally feeling better after being in the hospital for a week with COVID, which he believes he got at the White House, is that the leaders of this country, meaning the president, even though he didn't say it, have to stop being so cavalier about this and not getting a test and putting in danger the people who are in that room, including his opponent for the presidency, is as cavalier and as careless as it can be.
Senator Santorum, shouldn't the president just be transparent about when he last tested negative before he got sick?
Yes. The president should make his records available as to when he was tested and what the results of those tests are. I don't understand why he's not, and whether he maybe didn't get a test that day. That's possible. They say he's not tested every day, but I don't see any reason why not to release that information.
Ben, we don't have the soundbite cut from Vice President Biden's town hall yet, but he was asked about taking a COVID-19 vaccine. He said if scientists say people should take it, then he would. He also said, quote, we should be thinking about making it mandatory. What do you make of that?
Well, look, when he was asked a bunch of questions in this area, I think he got a little bit rambling. I think overall Biden did very well. You kind of break your wrist going back and forth between these things, trying to watch it at the same time. But look, I think that what he was trying to say was that you're going to have to take this seriously, make a serious effort. He talked even about bringing governors in, he said he doesn't have the power to do it, but he'd bring the governors in, he'd bring the mayors in, he'd bring city council people in. He would do all these different things, trying to make the point that the president needs to lead. I think that's more of what he was trying to say. But listen, on both of these debates, these moderators are not giving these guys free passes. Savannah was on this dude from the word go, and also the same thing on the other station. So you're actually seeing them
not as much.
Maybe not as much, but
not as much.
But Biden's
not nearly as much.
Biden's not dancing as much. Biden's answering too long, giving these promises and stuff like that.
And Biden's not president.
Whereas on the other side, what you see Trump doing, Trump's got a disadvantage because Trump's got to defend all this stuff and then also try to get his message across, whereas Biden is able to explain his plans and move forward. But it's very, very interesting to watch these guys get grilled in front of a live audience.
I want to play some more of from President Trump's town hall. Let's listen.
You were asked point blank to denounce white supremacy. In the moment, you didn't. You asked some follow-up questions. Who specifically? A couple of days later, on a different show, you denounced white supremacy.
No,
my question to you is,
you've done this to
why
me,
does
everybody.
it seem like
I denounce white supremacy, okay?
You did
I
2 days
denounced
later.
white supremacy for years, but you always do it. You always start off with a question. You didn't ask Joe Biden whether or not he denounces Antifa. I watched him on the same basic show with Lester Holt, and he was asking questions like Biden was a child.
Well, so this is a little bit of a dodge.
Wait, are you listening? I denounce white supremacy.
Okay.
What's your next question?
Do you feel, it feels sometimes you're hesitant to do so, like you waited.
Here we go again. Every time, in fact, when people can, I'm sure they'll ask you the white supremacy question. I denounce white supremacy.
Okay.
And frankly, you want to know something? I denounce Antifa, and I denounce these people on the left that are burning down our cities that are run by Democrats who don't know what
While
they're
we're
doing.
denouncing, let me ask you about QAnon. It is this theory that Democrats are a satanic pedophile ring and that you are the savior of that. Now, can you just once and for all state that that is completely not true?
So,
and disavow QAnon in its entirety?
I know nothing about QAnon.
I just told
I know very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't
Wait a
necessarily...
minute, hold. Put it back. I want y'all to remember this.
Savior of that. Now, can you just once and for all state that that is completely not true?
So,
and disavow QAnon in its entirety?
I know nothing about QAnon.
I just think that that is completely not true.
So,
and disavow QAnon in its entirety?
I know nothing about QAnon.
I just told QAnon in its entirety.
I know nothing about QAnon.
Do it again.
QAnon in its entirety.
I know nothing about QAnon.
Go again.
QAnon in its entirety.
I know nothing about QAnon.
I want y'all to, I'm playing it back for you. I'm playing it back for you. I want you to hear the lie. He just said, I don't know nothing. Remember I told you when he wanted to disassociate himself from somebody, he don't know him no more. He turns into Oprah Winfrey on The Color Purple. I don't know y'all no more. I don't know y'all no more. He said he know nothing. Keep this in mind. He said, I don't know nothing. Nada. Zilch about QAnon. You heard him right? Played it back 5 times. I don't know nothing. I'll do it again if you want.
I just told you.
I know very little. You told me, but so
disavow QAnon in its entirety.
Ready? I know nothing about QAnon.
Let's get it.
I know very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't necessarily make it fact. I hate to say that. I know nothing about it. I do know they are very much against pedophilia. They fight it very hard.
Wait a minute. He just said, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. He said, I don't know nothing about QAnon. Ain't that what he said? I don't know nothing. But listen.
About it. I do know they are.
I do know. Hold on. How do you say, I don't know nothing, and then turn around and say, but I do know? So either you know about them or you don't. But you said you know nothing. I don't know nothing about QAnon. And then he says, but I do know. What? I don't know nothing about QAnon. But I do know. Let that marinate. Let that sink in your brain for a second. I don't want y'all to overlook that. He said, I know nothing about QAnon. Then a few seconds later, he said, but I do know. Well, if you know, then you know something. So you don't know nothing. So you just lie to the American people. How can you say you know nothing and then sit there and say, but I do know this? What? I don't know nothing, but I do know this. I don't know nothing, but I do know this.
Against pedophilia, they fight it very hard, but I know nothing about it.
They believe it is a satanic cult run by the
study the subject. I'll tell you what I do know.
And he said it again. I don't know nothing about it. I know they fight pedophilia, but I don't know nothing about it. Well, knowing that they fight against pedophilia is knowing something, sir. So why lie? Why lie to the American people?
I know about Antifa, and I know about the radical left, and I know how violent they are and how vicious they are, and I know how they're burning down cities.
There's the deflection. There's the deflection. Now he's back to Antifa. Now he's back to the Democrats. Now he's back to the burning cities. Have you gone into those cities to find out what's going on and fix it, sir? Or are you just sitting back moaning and groaning about it? You said you knew nothing about QAnon, but then you just told us that you knew that they fought against pedophilia. Then you said again, but I don't know nothing about them. I know they fight against pedophilia. First he said, I don't know nothing at all. Then he said, well, I do know they fight against pedophilia. Then he said, but I don't know nothing about them. Well, how do you know that they're against pedophilia? How do you know that they're fighting against it? What cases have you heard about? You had to hear something. So you do know, but you're lying. But let's keep going. Then you deflect back to the same thing. What about the Democrats and what about the Antifa? Deflecting.
He's run by Democrats, not run by
Republican
Republicans.
Senator Ben Sasse said, quote, QAnon is nuts, and real leaders call conspiracy theories. Why not just say it's crazy and not true?
He may be right. I just don't know about QAnon.
You do know.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Let me ask you another thing.
Let's waste a whole show. You start off with white supremacy. I denounce it. You start off with something else. Let's go. Keep asking me these questions.
I do have one more.
Let me just tell you what I do hear about it is they are very strongly against pedophilia, and I agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that, and I agree with it.
But there's not a satanic pedophile cult.
No idea. I know nothing.
You don't know that? Okay.
No, I don't know that.
You just this week.
Do you know that?
Now, I wish that I had took the time to go over his whole tweet, but there's so many of them. But apparently he's tweeted about QAnon. He's tweeted about it. But he said he don't know. And look how defensive he's getting. He said he don't know. Then he got to bring in Antifa and the Democrat-run cities and they burn and Republican. Do you understand? This man is losing his mind, and he's showing it to you. This man don't know his butt from his front. This man is on them daggone drugs, the Ebazine and whatever the hell he on, the Prenion, whatever he on. That man's so drugged up right now, it's ridiculous. Contradicting himself like I don't know what. But this is the person you're going to vote for, right?
I mean, obviously, QAnon is based on anti-Semitic, anti-Catholic tropes that have been around for centuries, frankly. It's a cabal. Followers believe it's a cabal of Democrats and celebrities who drink the blood of scared children because it has some hormone in it and worship Satan and are pedophiles and were operating out of a pizza parlor in D.C. and someone was armed and went there to rescue children. Of course, there was just a pizza parlor. I mean, the idea that the president doesn't know anything about QAnon, I mean, if he wanted to know about QAnon, he would know about QAnon, and he absolutely knows about QAnon.
He is a voracious consumer of news.
Even if he didn't get a briefing from his aides, he would see it on CNN, on every other news outlet, because it has been talked about. And his tweets, and his tweets.
Yeah, he's retweeted.
And it's retweeted a lot. Can I also just, you're right, Ben. The other point is that, let me just say, as we're fact-checking, QAnon is not against pedophilia. QAnon creates false stories that celebrities and others are part of pedophilia rings. That is what they do. But also, this is dangerous for so many reasons, including the fact that there are people out there who are trying to decide whether to cast their ballots, who are consuming information from the president and from QAnon conspiracists who believe it. And I talk often with a man named Richard Thaw, who does focus groups with Obama, Trump voters, swing voters all over the country. And more in the past few months, he has heard from them conspiracy theories parroted back to him. It is absolutely going into the soil of this country.
Senator Santorum, I mean, he doesn't do himself any favors by this. The only reason he would not condemn QAnon or even acknowledge that he knows what it is that they support him. That in this imaginary world system that they have created, he is the secret savior, secretly fighting Democratic pedophile rings and Satan-worshipping celebrities.
Yeah, I said the last time we went through this debate, which, well, I said this is not a debate, but the last debate, the actual debate, that the president wasn't prepared, and he his people, whether they're preparing or not, they need to. I mean, to not expect this question and not be able to answer. He obviously expected the white supremacist question, and he answered it straight up, correctly, and right away. Good. Had he been prepared 2 weeks ago, he could have done it, and we wouldn't be asking that question again. And my guess is we'll get that question again next week, because, again, he didn't answer it because he wasn't prepared. I just have to, say to the president, you can't go wandering into these forums without being prepared as to the tough questions that you're going to get, and have a good response, one that needs to be made, which is condemning crazy things that are crazy.
I'm the type to not give up, so your people get.
Whoops. That damn shame. But that's our president.
This morning in downtown LA, and then quickly spread to a second one when it was finally out. A number of businesses were out of business and their employees out of a job. NBC4's Kim Tobin has more now from downtown LA.
Using the bulldozer to get inside and clear debris after a massive fire ripped through 8 businesses at Crocker and 8th Streets near Skid Row early this morning.
I mean, it's horrible. These people are hardworking people. They're put out of business.
More than 120 firefighters responded, fighting it defensively from outside. They believe the fire started in an alley and moved inside, burning through a fabric business.
Once it got inside, you can imagine long rolls that are very tight of textiles and fabric. So that can hold a lot of heat, smolder for a very long time.
9-year-old Rufino Garcia was with his family opening up their flower shop when smoke was pouring out, and he ran inside to save his dog and pigeon.
When someone told us there was a fire, so we went and got her out of there.
Witnesses told fire crews they believe the fire likely started at one of the many homeless encampments surrounding the businesses. Owners say they've been dealing with the homeless problem for years and have complained to the city, and they think it could have been sparked by a warming or cooking fire.
They even had barbecues outside. Okay? And there's nothing, our hands are tied. We're told you can do absolutely nothing.
LAFD says arson investigators are involved, and they'll be talking to witnesses, looking at surveillance video, and mapping the fire to determine exactly how it started. Reporting from downtown LA, Kim Tobin, NBC4 News.
So you're not going to fix homelessness. You just want, that's why I ain't going to say nothing. Yeah, that was my last story. Man. How long we been on? Two hours and 4 minutes. It only took 2 hours and 4 minutes to go through all them stories? Man. Well, like I said, we didn't clickbait you. We definitely got on Donald Dump tonight. Gave you a lot to think about. Some of y'all still gonna vote for that man. Y'all know y'all is. But I've shown you there's something wrong with that man's mind. I don't know if it's the drugs he on, but something's wrong with that man. Something definitely is wrong with that man. And you see how defensive he get. You see how he like a spoiled brat that don't get his way. See it. I couldn't imagine being in the White House. I might have to put him in the chokehold. Like, shut up, man. Let me talk. But I tell y'all, it's something in the brain. And when I say it, y'all get mad and don't want to come back. Okay. But I'm telling you, it's something in the brain. People don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to deal with reality. They want to create their own sub-reality. And when you try to bring them back to reality, they turn on you. I'm not going to come around you no more. I'm not going to watch you no more. I'm not going to support you no more. I'm not going to help you out no more. Because you won't let me live in my reality. Same way somebody on drugs. You was giving me money to get high, now you won't give it to me. That's right, you need to stop. Well, I'm not going to stop. Well, look what it's doing to your life. Well, I'm not going to come around no more then. Don't come around no more. Well, I'm not going to come by no more. Well, don't come by no more. You want to live in your own reality. Is that important to you? Then go do you. I'll still be here when you come back. Well, I'm going to get high. Okay. I'm not giving you no money for it. I'm not going to help you. Well, I'm going to get drunk. Well, you won't get drunk off my money. But when you get tired of drinking, and when you really want to come talk to somebody, I'll be there. Matter of fact, speaking of that, I've been taking the high road, and I've been letting these demons go willy-nilly. So let me pull some of them back. There's a lady with 2 letters in her name that keeps saying that I'm a punk, that I'm scared. Because there's another lady talking about they gonna kill a man in Bronxville. Personally, I don't believe anything that woman says. Because she would just do it. But I caught a lot of heat on the back end from family members saying you don't want to be linked to that because that woman with the 2 letters in her name keep giving you credit for the video. A video of ours that she took and put on her channel. A video that we put out 10, 11 months ago that I don't even know what the damn channel is. We don't even use the channel. What is that? What's on the Roast and Toast? Channels we use all have minister names. Minister, Reverend, Disciple, Pastor. She went and took my video and put it up. But when she got flagged, my name was in the flag. Why was my name on that? I don't have anything to do with that. When I asked Triple to hop on 95 to come see me, he didn't come. I knew he was a punk. If he's not going to drive 4 hours to come see me, he sure as hell ain't going to drive across the country to go see somebody in California. The man has already said he don't leave Brownsville. So why people keep asking him to come when the man said that he not leaving around? He want you to come there to him. Now apparently the lady did go. But she didn't look hard enough. But we knew when he was supposed to be somebody at the Burger King a couple years ago on Vic's show, and the guy was there broadcasting on here at the Burger King, he all of a sudden wasn't there and never showed up. That right there should have been your reason not to fool with this man anymore, that he's full of crap. Keep saying the man flashed money, but then you find out that he lived in an apartment with his mother and 2 other brothers. And you know in New York City, most of those high-rise apartments are 1 or 2 bedrooms. I don't even know if they got 3 bedrooms. But even still, you got 4 people. Somebody ain't got no bedroom, even if it is 3 bedrooms. Somebody ain't got no bedroom. They don't have 4-bedroom project houses. Y'all watch Good Times just like I watch Good Times. Y'all watch Good Times just like I watch Good Times. You got the living room, dining room combination. You got the kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. I have stayed with my step-aunt up in the Bronx 3 consecutive years, 83, 84, and 85. I was in Edenwald, in the Bronx, in the high-rises. My cousin took me to all his friend houses. He took me to see Yoski Love, but he wasn't home. Y'all remember Yoski Love? He made that song, The Pee-wee Dance? I ain't never seen no apartment that had more than 2 bedrooms in it. You walk in, you get a small living room. You get a little corner as you go up the hallway. Maybe you could put a dining room table there. You get a kitchen. You got a bathroom. To the left is a bedroom, and at the back is a bedroom. Ain't much different. Actually, the apartments I saw in New York were smaller than the Good Times apartment. They were smaller. That kitchen that they had was huge on Good Times compared to what I saw in New York in person. I don't think those real apartment kitchens are that big. I think they designed the set. But even if it is, I've never been to Chicago. I can't comment on Chicago. But I have been to New York projects. And for you to have a woman that's the mother, and then 3 sons in a 2-bedroom apartment. Somebody sleeping on the sofa like JJ and Mr. Miguel. Somebody sleeping on the sofa bed. Somebody's on the floor. So you flashing money, but you got no car. You're taking a subway, and you're either on a sofa cushion or you on the floor. But you want to brag. Why do you think that you are worrying me? You still living at home with mama. You're a mama's boy. But yet you're going to sit there and come on YouTube and you claim that you don't care about YouTube, but yet you and everybody chat begging for a wrench. I'm just asking the question. You and everybody chat begging for a wrench like a sucker. And yet you and all these people chats and you can't get nobody to watch you. You don't see me in nobody chat. You and everybody chat and you ain't get nobody to come watch you. You in everybody business. You done came at me. You done came at Candy, Lady Lie, Vic, Drew Freeman, Chucky. These just people I know about. Tommy. You just go around picking fights with people, trying to get attention. I watched a little bit of your live you did the other day. You gave everybody that came in there daggone wrench. But was saying I was giving too many wrenches out. Do you see how people contradict themselves? That's why you can't pay them no mind. Sitting there, yeah, I'm trying to get these subs up and how you gonna stay monetized when you sitting there trying to start beefs everywhere? People gonna keep flagging you down. If you have to put an age appropriation on your video, you don't get paid. YouTube got me for a video that we did on George Floyd. Reggie was on the ground, boots on the ground. After all this time, they just gave me an age restriction on that video. Months ago, during the George Floyd protest. We had 41 people in the chat. We got 1.7 thousand views. 1.7K. They just took the money off it and age restricted it. We could have got lucky. They flagged him down. So we got lucky. Reggie got flagged down. But the point is, you're not going to get monetized and make any money if you keep doing these silly beef videos. That's why I left it alone. We were getting flagged every 2 months. We've only been flagged once. We actually went from July 13th, 2019 to July 29th of 2020. And we just got rid of that strike. Because we've been leaving that stuff alone. We were using the Rev channel if we had something to address. Are you going to have the discipline to do that? And what we got hit for, it wasn't beefing. It was for a video somebody asked me to play. That's what we got hit for. We didn't get hit for no arguing, no beefing, none of that. So you gonna tell me that you're gonna do all that cursing, have everybody come on your panel cursing, and y'all expect to be monetized? It don't work that way. You're gonna have to have different channels to do that. But here's the problem. if you don't do the beefing, if you don't do the Chucky, the Jokey, the Tommy, the Victor, all that crap, Sugar Dugger and all that, Mancy, Sassy Divine, if you don't do that stuff, who won't watch it? That's your problem. If you don't do that, who's going to watch it? You can't play that copyrighted music that you keep playing. They're going to take the money and you get nothing. It don't matter if 5,000 people watch the video. You don't get nothing. The money goes to the people that made the video. That's why we don't do that. You're so busy trying to make a name for yourself that you're not doing it right. And I've been telling you that even when you was over here. I was telling you that. Stop playing the music. Stop trying to talk over that loud music. Nobody can hear what you're saying. Stop having stuff in the background. You sitting there playing my video, we hear you in the back, you rustling tater chips and closing doors, and don't nobody want to sit there and listen to that. Say what you want to say about me having 4 people in the chat. When Lala's people knocked down our channel last year, me and my 4 people racked up 4,000 watch hours. While you were laughing. Ah, look at him. He online. He did an 8-hour show. He did a 12-hour show. But we got people to sit here for all 12 hours. Most of your videos are 30 seconds long. And they go for the drunk woman, too. Most of your videos are in the seconds. You can only hold somebody's attention for 30 seconds? You can only hold somebody's attention for a minute? The woman with 2 letters was playing my video the other day before that lady from California called in. And she's going to sit there and say, I know he long-winded, but bear with me, y'all. That's not long-winded. People will sit there and listen. They don't see it as long-winded. Why do you see it as long-winded? Because you had an attention span of a snail? All you do is play other people's stuff. And then you say, because I show the news, I'm showing somebody else. But the stuff you show doesn't benefit anybody. The stuff I show is stuff that we should be talking about. That's where the difference is. You should know the things that I'm showing you. You should already know them. There shouldn't be a niche for this. There shouldn't be a spot for this. I ain't doing nothing that you can't go watch yourself, but you don't go watch. If I don't bring it to the majority of you, you won't know it. But see, unlike you, idiots, I not only show it, I tell them why it's important to them. See, I learned that from a sportscaster when I was growing up in the 70s. This man, you could watch the Muhammad Ali fight, watch the Sugar Ray Leonard fight. He didn't tell you what you were seeing. He told you why what you were seeing was great. What was great about what we're looking at? Because I can watch it without him. But why is it important what we're looking at? And that's what I do. That's why I was able to get 5,000 people to watch me do a World Star video. It wasn't a video. They go watch it themselves. But My commentary and breakdown is what they watch. And see, this is something that I learned by coming in and seeing Tommy and Victor Moan. I didn't care about the shadiness, but I watched. How could he make you care about what you watching? You got one person that don't show anything, just run his mouth. You got another person that show you the same video clip 50 times in half an hour. I said I can do better than that. We ain't got to watch something 50 times. I can break it down for you. We only got to watch it 1 or 2 times. And I can break it down for you. And that's what I do. But y'all can't do that. Alright? That's why you got to talk about people in the sector that people already know about. You can't bring new news. They won't take you seriously. And while I listen to you, yeah, I'm saying, what's up? Who wanted? You can't give a breakdown of what they looking at. But more importantly, you cannot teach the people how does what you looking at affect them. Why should I care about what Congress is doing? Why should I care about what Trump is doing? Why should I care? I don't see Trump when I go outside. How is what he doing affecting me? How is what's going on affecting me? How is the eviction moratorium? How is that going to affect me? I tell you how it affects you. We can all sit here and watch it by ourselves. But how does it affect you? A lot of these things I've dealt with on the street. I can break it down and make you understand. How does it affect you? You don't do that. All you do is talk about somebody what somebody already knows. Yeah, we know that daggone DX ain't no good. That man old. Yeah, with them glasses. Yeah, they got them old ladies in the chat giving them money. And you talking about stuff that people already know. And I know it because they in the chat talking about it. You ain't even got to be there. Just leave it on and let them just talk in the chat. You being there ain't doing nothing. Tell the people something they don't know and then tell them how it affects them. That's talent. But just looking at something, that's not talent. Anybody can do that. That's the difference between being an entertainer and actually being a journalist. So see, you can just play something. What do they do with kids now? They put a video on and leave the room, and the kids sit there and be entertained by the video. They make you a good parent? No, it don't. The video doing the work. You ain't doing the work. And when the child come up there and go, woo, hit you in the back of the head, and you go, you know you don't hit an adult. That's what they do in the cartoon. Whoop. But the child didn't learn nothing from you. The child don't know you're supposed to respect adults because you got him watching cartoons where they make fun of adults all the time. Do you teach the people anything? Do you point something out to them that they might not have seen? But y'all can go back and pull videos from years ago. Well, you know, such and such said this back then. And, you know, you got people that can't pay their rent right now. They lost their job. They're facing eviction. is about to lose their home, about to lose their cars and get them repoed. And you want somebody to care about somebody running around, putting up posters in somebody's neighborhood. I keep showing you clips of people who got put out their houses and they living on the street. And you see nothing but blocks and blocks of people just sitting there in little tents. And people just walk by them and don't want to do nothing. I show you clips about the people in that neighborhood complaining about them. But they don't ever want to do nothing. But not only did I show it to you, I told you what they could do. And if that's going on in your neighborhood, that's something that you can do. Not just show you the problem, but show you possible solutions. That's what separates me from the other YouTubers. Y'all will sit there and laugh at somebody for not having no edges. To weave and ate their edges off. I would say, well, let's put together and get a wig so the edges grow back. That's a solution. But nope. You ever just keep ragging on. Look at you, done 2 bald spots. Look at you. You can't hide it. I would give a solution rather than just talk junk out my mouth. That's what separates me from the other people. It don't matter how many people are watching me. The fact that I'm in this sector and the people are not watching me says more. But all the information and the great topics we have, but all the great information that we put out, the fact that nobody is coming over here to get it means they not ready. The show we did yesterday. How many times have I told y'all to stop using I feel or I think? And it's just tell people what you know. We got into that yesterday. And if you missed that, you need to go watch it. So I told you the minute somebody say I feel, run. Get away from them. The minute somebody say I think, head for the hills. You want to get ahead in this world, you got to take those 2 phrases out your vocabulary. Because nobody's going to take you seriously. Because when you say I feel, and you're totally wrong, there's no way to combat you without hurting your feelings. There's no way to combat you. There's no way to counter that when you say I feel. Because if I tell you your feelings is wrong, I'm hurting your feelings. And I'm mean. You're just mean. You know, just my feelings, but that's fine. Then you get to play the victim role. That's why you shouldn't say that. If you say, I feel that you leaving the door open is the reason why the flies keep coming in the house. Somebody else can hear you, but then they think, well, I feel that it's better to have the door open so we can get some fresh air. Now, if you tell them, all these daggone flies in here, I know if y'all keep that door closed, we won't have no more flies. then you would have to answer. Well, it's hot in here. I want the door open. Well, I'm in here cooking, and when I sit down, I don't want no flies flying around when I eat. But your cooking is making it hot in here. Well, then we need to get a screen door. Then you find a solution. We need a screen door so that when I cook, it get hot in here. It get too hot for you. So you want to open the door. We need to get a screen door. But see, when you tell somebody what you know, they're going to counter with what they know. And then you find a solution. But if you say, I feel, they're going to think, I feel another way. And guess what? You don't have a solution. The door going to be open the next day. The flies going to be flying around while you're trying to eat. Simple logic. Simple. When you approach it the right way. If don't nobody tell you how to approach it the right way, you don't get to the solution part. You're always with the arguing. Tell somebody what you know. I'm not going to tell you I feel something wrong with Donald Trump. I know something wrong with that man. You got an hour, I spend an hour telling you why I know there's something wrong with that man. But if you try to tell me, well, I know he come off that way, but you know, I feel that deep down, now I'm going to tell you to shut up. I don't hear that mess. I go by what you do, your actions. Your actions are important. I'm mad at myself for falling asleep and not getting up here, doing my show at 6 or 7 o'clock, not 2 a.m. But you know what? I still came on anyway. I didn't have to. So just skip the day. But no, we still came. Even though it's too late, I came. Did my show. Y'all can wake up and watch it in the morning. Don't judge a person by what they say. Judge them by what they do. But I could have said, well, you know, I just didn't feel like doing the show last night. I know y'all was waiting for it, you know, but I just didn't, you know. I thought maybe it was too late to come on, you know. I just thought, you know. Well, we here. What did the behavior show? The behavior. So, yeah. I overslept. But that didn't stop me from coming home. Yes, I overslept, but it didn't stop me from. Maybe it was too late to come on. Came on anyway. And there's 10 people here. That's our average when we come on in regular time. So that says it don't matter what time I come on. If I'm bringing you something good, you're going to come. So why use that as an excuse not to come on? Well, I was slept, you know, and I just felt, you know. Judge a person with the not by what they say. And for somebody to say that I'm long-winded, incorrect. When somebody tell you they long-winded, they telling you you got too much to say. And they don't have anything to say. And you make them look bad because people are going to expect you to be long-winded. Because people want to be entertained. Some of y'all come on here and do your hair. Some of y'all come on here and smoke weed, smoke cigarettes, blow the daggone screen. People sit there and watch. They want to be entertained. But why can't they learn something while they're being entertained? Why they can't learn something other than a new curse word? Why they can't learn something other than a new insult? But the stuff you giving ain't teaching the people nothing. I don't care who Tommy dating. I ain't dating her. Why do I care? I don't care about no paint on the floor. It ain't no paint on the floor in my house. Why do I care? That's it. Chucky want to get high? Believe it or not, I actually watched a recent stream of his. He got some woman on there. He kept saying, "Where you at? What you doing?" That man over there getting high. You know it and I know it. That man was over there getting, that man was on that street getting high as a kite. And I would have cut it off, but I was talking to my lady friend. She kept saying, "Who the heck is this?" And I told her who he was, and she wanted to hear. I said, "Why you want to hear his mess?" And see, that's the problem. While he was sitting there talking about Vic, he was sitting there listening. I'm like, "Can I turn this off now?" He's like, "No." Like, damn. You too? Why is it that we want to hear somebody tear somebody else down, but we don't want to build each other up? That's a question. Because the answer to that woman with the 2-letter question, I could care less if Shakima and Triple Darkness tear each other to pieces. I could care less. I'm here to teach the people. I'm not concerned about that. But also know I got something y'all don't have. A monetized channel. And I'm trying to protect it. Now luckily, that video was not on this channel. So if something do go down, this channel won't get in trouble. I still stand behind what I said. If he didn't go to the Burger King, he didn't come down here to see me, he ain't built like that. Because if I tell you I'm coming to see you, and I got a way to get there, I'm going to be there. But see, y'all on here acting like y'all all hard and y'all gangsters. But y'all in y'all little cocoon. I'm the one that go out there with cameras on his head. You don't think that make me a target? I'm the one that record wherever I go. You don't think the drug boys looking at me sideways? Every time I go outside, I put myself in danger. What danger you put yourselves in? Oh, that's the question. What danger put yourselves in? Everybody else I see is in a car riding around somewhere. They inside a restaurant doing something. They at a football field doing something. They at a gym doing something. I don't see nobody out there walking amongst the regular people. I don't see nobody going out at night going amongst the people. I see people that try to say, "Look, I'm out here at 12 o'clock and ain't nobody out there." We go out at all times of the night. All times of the day. I had people pull me up. You can go look at the video. We just went to the market the other day. One was like, "Let me hurry up, because he's sitting here, got me on camera." You got a camera on your chest, you got a camera right there. The video's up. Look at the video from 3 months ago. Go back 3 months and see me in the market. and you see a woman come up and say, "Why are you recording in here? Why are you recording?" I said, "Ma'am, I'm a YouTuber." Her boyfriend said, "Oh, you a YouTuber?" She said, "Yeah." Well, he's like, "Come on, girl. No, he's recording. What is he recording for?" Suppose I had walked outside and that woman was waiting with a gun. Suppose she was a felon. Suppose she was on a warrant. Suppose she escaped from prison. You think I got her on videotape? Small things. What about when we rode to the pharmacy? Saw the drug dealers, and we watched the tape back, and we saw the person on the bike that was the lookout. We saw all the people they were following me, and we looked in depth when we showed you. And the dude pulled me up, and I told him, I said, "I'm recording. I'm doing my YouTube show." He couldn't understand why I was recording, and I said, "I just thought quick. How can I think like he think?" I said, ain't you out here doing a hustle? This is my hustle." He said, "Gotcha." I ain't had a problem with them. I ride by there. We ran rode by there 4 times this month, and they ain't said a word to us. The fact of the matter is that we go out there. I want a better bike, not for me. This bike will take me to both hospitals, see my doctors, and will take me to the market and the pharmacy. This bike will do it. I don't need another bike. But why do I want another bike? I would like to go see my friend without the bike cutting off on the way. I would like to go down to the inner harbor. I would like to take y'all to some of the sites in Baltimore. I'd like to take y'all to Parkville. Take y'all to Joppatown. Take y'all to the malls. I ain't got to buy nothing, but we can go in there and look. See what the people doing. I'm the one that's constantly worried about shaking this in the camera. Wearing all kinds of helmet mounts and body mounts and doing these things so y'all can get a good picture. I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for y'all. I like when y'all come with me to go places. I don't want to just sit here in the little studio all the time. I want to go out. Why is that a bad thing? Why is it that when I say we need something for the show so I can go out and do something for y'all, y'all call that begging? But somebody asking you for some money for weed, that's not begging. Somebody asking you buy something for their children or buy something for their wife, that's not begging. But me asking you to bring you a better quality show, that's begging. I don't understand it. Somebody asking for money to pay child support, ain't begging. Somebody asking for water heaters and cars, that's not begging. But somebody asking to help out with the quality, I've been waiting for the stimulus to come so we can get a better phone. We need a better phone. Not for doing the show, but for going out live. It's something we need. But if you don't care, why should I worry about it? Y'all really don't care. Why am I worried about it? That's why I haven't asked y'all for nothing in a while, have I? I just let it go. I put a 360-degree camera on the left side of the handlebar. I put actually that's going to be on the right-hand side. The left-hand side is going to be the phone. And we're going to use the same phone we stream with. They put a tower over here on Kirk Avenue. And so we should be able to do the live streaming on the phone. So we don't need to carry two phones. But we're going to carry two phones because the Obama phone, I don't know if y'all can see it with your com, but this phone is where I do all my business on. So we'll bring this phone. I have it in my pocket. But the phone we streaming with, we're gonna have that. It's gonna be connected by hotspot to this phone, to the Obama phone, and we're gonna. When I'm in the store, I'm going to have to hold that phone in my hand while we're in the store. I'm going to have to hold that phone in my hand while we're in the store, wherever we go. But then I'll have it on the bike. So both phone, camera, and the 360 camera, we're on the handlebars of the bike. So we can get suspension. Ain't nothing I can do about it. It's going to be jumpy. Charles say y'all don't care. So if y'all don't care, then what's the worry about it? But if we do get the stimulus, we still getting another bike. Because we need more range. And that bike, it's nearly impossible to get that daggone thing off. I'm going to have to go to a real bike shop and them take that cover off. But then, when I went, and then I'm going to have to find, I don't even think they make a battery for it. So I might have to find an aftermarket battery that'll fit in there. But then, it's going to take me 20 minutes just to get the cover off if I want to switch batteries. That's why we're getting another bike. Now, if I get the L2, it has 48 volt, 20 amp, 48 volt, 20 hour. I believe it got 14-inch tires, so it ain't much different than what we got, but it got front suspension, it got back suspension, so that'll take care of the bumps, and it'll allow us to go, at my weight, you'd be lucky to get 40 miles. At my weight, we'll be lucky to get 40 miles. They only go 15.5 miles per hour. I could get the electric that go 20, and you can do a thing on it and make it go to 24 miles per hour. But it only got a 600 hour battery, so it looks better. 20-inch tires, faster, but it won't give us. It will only give us 30 miles. So did we get the fancier bike with no shocks? But it will have a fat tire, so it won't have no shocks. But it'll be able to go. They say that you can make it do 28 miles per hour if you do something to the computer, which I could do. Not that hard. But they say it'll make it go faster. 28 miles per hour. And it's made in America, and it comes fully assembled. But it don't have no shocks. They have another one called doggone it. It's called the DERRICK or something. Exact same thing. 20-inch fat tires. Front and rear suspension. And go up to 28 miles per hour. You unlock it. But it comes standard at 20. So 20 miles per hour. If I unlock it 28. But it only got 600 watt hours versus the 900. watt hours. For those of y'all that's wondering, we might get 30 miles instead of getting 40 something. That's the difference. It's a 500 watt, possible 800 watt motor. The L2, that might can get us 40 miles instead of 30. And it's smaller, and it can get us 40 miles. So go with the smaller. The rattan will get us 30 something miles charge, and it's supposed to have what do you call it? It's supposed to have a regenerative where it's supposed to put charge back into the battery. So that might could match, but that one's $1,500. The other ones are only 8 something. So the one I really want is more. And then there's another bike that I forgot the name of it, Doc Honey. But it's 4 I'm looking at. It's another one. It's supposed to have a 750 watt motor. It has back suspension. So it'd be nice for your hiney. But it's supposed to have a 750 watt motor. It's supposed to go 28 miles per hour too. I think that's 1,000. I don't want to spend all the stimulus money on just the bike. Because I might just wind up getting, I might just say the heck with all of that and just get the Swagtron 7. If I get the Swagtron 7 Plus, you get the derailleur, only 16-inch tires, smaller than the bike I got, but they got a 350 watt motor. I'll be able to shift, and it has a computer, trip odometer, and all that. I just want some more range. I don't want to spend the whole stimulus, because we still need a camera. We're going to get that. We need a 360-degree camera. I'm going to try out the Rilo or the Insta-1. I need to start doing my research because I got to figure out the one that we got is more geared to an iPhone. They say it can do Android. And when I set it up, I tried it on all the phones. All it do is just set the show up. It sets up the show. And then it won't do, and it keeps saying error. It sets everything up, but it doesn't go through and start. It just says error. So I can do about it. But it makes a pretty good secondary camera. And that's why I like to do it and show the footage. So now it's going to be on the handlebars. So you'll be able to see clear in front, and you'll be able to see pedaling on the bike. Y'all be able to say, look at your cheating while you're not pedaling. But like I said, except for the really steep hills, the bike we got is good. I just wish it had a bigger battery. If they had a bigger battery, I'd be good to go. I mean, if there was a way, if I knew somebody who could open it up, I could buy a big battery. Like if I could buy 48 volt, I think it's a 36 volt 4 amp. I think if I could get 36 volt 10 amp, I'm sorry, a 48 volt 10 amp or 15 amp, I think that would triple the range if the controller can handle it. I think it would triple the range. But then you got to figure out it's not going to fit in that little case. So we got to figure out how we going to carry it on the bike. And it's going to add more weight to the bike. But I said this, by the time you do all that and pay somebody to do it, you buy another one. Even if I get the Swagtron 7, now I would love to get the Swagtron 8. It's supposed to be 21 miles, supposed to be 18 or 19 miles per hour. It's supposed to give you a charge of 21 hours, which technically will be more like 15. But if I got a spare battery and I hook the battery on it somewhere, I probably like put it alongside it, like figure out some way to carry the battery alongside it, because it goes inside the frame between the handlebars and the seat. If I could get something where I could put a spare battery like on top of it, or if I was to get a rack and put the spare battery long like this, this wide, like this long, if I could put the spare battery, because the spare battery is $169. So you pay $800 for the bike, so that's $909. But then you're gonna have to buy the battery, so that's $969. Then you gotta buy something. So we're talking about $1,000. But if I get the first one, and we can get 40-something miles to the charge. If I get the one that really look cheap, we only gonna get like, with 2 batteries, we only gonna get something like 30 miles. Because that bike's supposed to be 7.85 miles, and it didn't get me to my friend's house, and she was only 5.2 miles. So it didn't do the 5.2. So let's just say we'll get 5 miles to the charge. So this say it do 21. So let's take off 5 miles. So yeah, it'll probably get us maybe 14 miles. I buy another battery. That'll give us 30 miles. Why not just get the one? Why not just get the one that's already 40? I'm just saying. Why not get the one that's already 40? If I'm going to buy 2 batteries and not even get 40, why I have to worry about dragging around another battery? That's why I said that would. Then you still had to spend $100 and something for the battery. Then you be able to switch them out. It might just be better to just go ahead, get the one that's 48 volt, 20 amps. Have the suspension. If we get the electric, it'll be 800. American made, but it don't have no shocks. That's the killer. It don't have no shocks. Now they say the fat tires make up for it a little bit, but then somebody said they had the electric and then they got the rattan, and they said that the electric has more power from the motor at start off, because it's supposed to go up to it's rated at 500, but it's supposed to go up to 800, and the rattan is 750 all the time. But the guy was saying he felt more power coming out electric out there. Man, so I'm kind of torn. Do I want to get up the hill easier, or do I want to go farther? That's basically your question. Do you want to go up the hill easier, or do you want to go farther? And like I say, it's knockoffs but the knockoffs is not good. Like I saw a knockoff for the L2. It's only it was only $6.99, but it didn't have the same battery. It didn't have the it didn't have the same battery. Uh-oh, I must be boring, y'all. Somebody calling in. Hello?
What are you doing?
I'm still live. What are you doing?
You still alive? I thought you was gone.
No, I'm still alive. Say hi to everybody. Hello?
I'm sorry.
Say hi to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I was just telling them about what I was gonna do when the stimulus come. What I was gonna do to help out the show. Like number one, first thing I'm gonna do is buy a bike with more range. So when I want to go somewhere, I ain't gonna worry about it running out of energy. That's the first thing that's bugging me. You don't know how embarrassing it was when I took the scooter to the hospital and I got stranded twice on the way. Ain't nothing worse than being stranded sitting there. And so, like I said, to buy another battery for the scooter is an arm and a leg. It's almost the price, to buy another battery for the scooter. It's an arm and a leg. I mean, literally, it's gonna cost $400. $400. That's a lot of money for a battery. Now I was thinking, the bike that I have, it goes farther than the scooter. The bike made it home from the hospital. The scooter didn't make it to the hospital. I had to use the little power bank to charge it up twice. It didn't make it. We got stranded twice on the way to the hospital, and then I rode it in the slow speed. When we went uphill, I put it on slow as it can go, and we still didn't make it to the market without cutting off. And I had to sit there and charge it. The day that I came to see, when we got the KFC, I had to sit there and we got to the KFC a block from it, the bike cut off. We ran out of energy a block, so I had to walk up there. It wasn't that bad. It was just I had to walk up the hill and went in the KFC, and then I had this final place to sit outside, and I sat outside for 25 minutes, letting it charge. And then it didn't seem like it was that. I guess when you drive, it ain't that far. But when you on a bike or you walking, it's a whole different animal. Let me tell you. But I was able to make it until that last block, and then I was like, I'm not gonna charge it up again. I went on and walked it. I said, man, I'm getting a better bike. I just need a better bike, more range, be able to get around more. But I gotta say, on the way home, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad until I got past Urban Avenue. You know how you go by the graveyard where you hit Belair Road? You know what I'm talking about? Hello? 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 You hang up? Hello? Well, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it was dangerous because it's nothing but the graveyard there, and it's that road, and there's the train tracks right there, and the sidewalk is non-existent. You cannot ride on that itty bitty sidewalk they got. You can't do it. And I was so scared when I came down that road that somebody was gonna kill me. I'm so glad I got so many likes for everybody that laughed at me, saying you got all them likes on that bike. God darn it, them likes saved my butt, because I went down it. I can tell you something. Going down that thing at night, and you can't get on the sidewalk, and shoot, I had to pray. And I mean, it was some of the raggediest pieces of road. I don't ever want to have to do that again. Okay, well, all right then. All right, because when I get off of here, matter of fact, I supposed to been got off of here. I supposed to been going to the market. Instead, I'm sitting here hosting. I'm sitting here still doing the show. I supposed to been got off. Start heading up to the market, but there ain't no rush because I'm up, and like I'm going to sleep. I got my clothes laid out already, and I want to see how this phone do, because I realized that on that new mount that I bought last week, the 360-degree camera, even though it was on, it didn't seem shaky. You know what I'm saying? It didn't seem shaky. So I had put the phone there, and it didn't seem shaky. So what I did was that I switched them. And so I got the phone on that mount. And so now I'm going to see how it looks. We're going to try and experiment today. I'm going to keep the Obama phone in my cargo pocket. Giants open at 6 o'clock and close at 10 o'clock, ma'am. Call them right now. Giants open at 6. I got videos where we up there at the market waiting for it to open. What are you talking about? And the only good thing about me still being live is, even though it's still dark outside, it's not going to be dark, so I ain't got to worry about charging the lights up. We're not going to need them. So we're going to have some nice, clear, 360-degree video. It's going to be some nice, clear video. I love it. So I'm wearing orange today. I'm going to have on my orange cargo pants. Yeah, you said, oh, you're bad, right. Yeah, you know, the market, it used to be, I don't know about yours, the one around you, but the one around me, it used to stay open to 12 o'clock. It used to stay open to 12 o'clock. Now they close at 10 now. So it really hurts. I used to, you know me, last minute DERRICK. I used to leave out of here 11 something to help to the market. Go in there. So we're gonna go up to the market, or hopefully they got some deals in there. I don't even know what I want. I know I want something to snack on. I think I still got 6 chicken thighs, and I want something to snack on. You know what I mean? Something to snack on. Have any snacks? Something you ain't gotta cook. You know, you just go over there and just get it. Cause I could just walk down to the store and pay them exorbitant prices, but I want to go for a ride today. I've been looking at I spent the past couple of days looking at so many different bikes. Well, I gotta look. I got a bike. I can get on it. Well, I gotta see somebody else ride when I can go ride. You know what I'm saying? My only thing is, I'm on a hill. When I come right out the gate, I'm on a hill. I'm on a mountain slope. right off the gate. You know, you don't get to come out there and get comfortable, get warmed up. You come right out and you pumping straight up the mountain. And I'm killing the battery from the get-go because you have to go up that steep hill and then you turn, you're going uphill, or you can go straight, you're still going uphill, right? And then you turn, you're going uphill, you make a left at the light on Gorsuch, and you're going uphill. And then when you finally get to the top of the hill, you finally get to relax. Now, when I'm on the scooter, I go straight up because the scooter doing all the work. But when I'm on the bike, I take Gorsuch. And it kind of takes me out the way, but the hills are so steep. I mean, the hills are steep. For some reason, it's not steep on Gorsuch. I don't understand it. But I tell you one thing, when I come back and I go through the light and I ride all the way down, man, I'll be doing about 22, 23 miles per hour coming down here. It's so much fun. I'm talking about, woo. That's why I said it'd be nice to be able to have some speed going up. Because I was watching the video today. The guy was like, I ran out of battery and I had to pedal up that hill. He said, shucks. I came back the next day. Man, I ain't gonna never run out of battery again. I said, damn. He said, man, that thing got me up that hill. See, if it's a short hill, it ain't that bad. But if it's a steady hill, you know how when you on that hill, it just keep going up. It just up. You stay going. That's what kill you. And that's what kill the battery. See, if it was just up and then you went down and then it was level, you'd be okay. But it gotta be up. Then you go down. You go, ooh, I get my breath. And then guess what? You gotta go up. And then at the very top, it gets its steepest. It's at its steepest when you get to the top. That's the part that killed me. I said, got done. And then you go down, and then you okay, and then guess what? You gotta go back up, and then they get real steep right before you get to the market. And you be just sitting there. It's like crazy. You get to that stop sign, it is so steep the block before the market, right? And then you go uphill again, and then it's steep again. It's like, man. But coming down, it ain't bad. And I remember I had to go 2 places. I hit the pharmacy, right, on North Avenue, and then I went all the way up, and then I hit the Giant on 33rd. And it's the security guard wouldn't let me charge up. And so I said, well, okay, let's see if I can make it. Man, I wound up sitting on the side of the road. For half an hour charging that thing up. And young boy came by and said, my uncle lives right there. You want me to ask him to put a extension cord out? I said, no, I got it. I got a power bank. He said, you sure? He said, you've been sitting here a long time. That's daggone shame. But that's how bad the hills is. It's almost like if you was coming up from that store you go to. Don't say the street, don't say the name of the store, but if you was coming up from that store, you know what I'm talking about. Imagine having to walk that 4 times straight. Just that walking back part. Just imagine you had to do it 4 times straight. That's what it's like when I come out my house. It's just straight up. And you be so out of breath, and you just keep pedaling and pedaling. Just get her up there. And then you turn, and you're going up, but it's not so bad. You're going up, but it's not a steep up. And then you get the Gorsuch and make that left by the church, And then you got to go up again. And then you just got to do it. Get up the hill. All I got to do is get up the hill. Then you get up the hill, and then you get to coast down. You got to watch out for the cars, though, but you get to coast down. And you never get the green light. And they got this big hole in the street. And it go through it's through the whole street, so you can't miss it. Man, if you ain't waiting for it, it'll knock you off. It'll just totally knock you off the bike. So you got to slow up for that, but then you got cars behind you. They're like, shut up. But then you go through the light and it's smooth. And then you start to go uphill, but it's only a little bit. But if you was on my street going uphill, it'd be steep. I don't understand that. And then it kind of go up, right? It go up like it's going to be steep. But then it kind of levels. And so, you know, you pedal up a little bit to help the battery out. And then you get the cruise down. And you get to the stop sign. And it's just crazy. Because when you go down again, you have to pedal upwards. But it's sort of smoothed out up. But when you on my street, a block away, just a block away, it's almost like it's standing straight up. You know what I'm talking about? You remember being in school and they had that wall you climb? When you had to climb straight up, man, that was rough. But if it had an angle to it, you was alright. That's all I'm saying. So, it's just from my end. Like I said, I don't mind bringing the cameras along. I don't mind. I like to watch the footage back because I get to see stuff that I didn't see because I'm riding the bike. The only difference is on a scooter, you don't have to balance. So I can look ahead and see ain't nothing in front of me. Then I can look down. I can look at the chat. I can talk to the people. That's the advantage of the scooter. But when I'm on the bike, I'll like stop, you know, and then I'll look at the phone and see what everybody's saying, and then I continue on. So, you know, like I say, I need to get ready, get out here and stop stalling. Stop stalling like I'm in New Orleans. All right, so what time is it now? It is 6:23. Let me see if I can find one more article to look at, and then we'll hit the road. You see here. Can I find something here for us to get into? Because ain't nobody said nothing in the chat since 4:23, but it's 11 people watching. I don't understand. How come nobody not saying nothing? They all fall asleep. Yep, there I am right there. 11 people watching. Let me see here. I don't remember who Diane Feinstein is. I don't know who Kimberly Kessar is. Don't you love how you find all these news stories and then when you want one, you can't find one? Nobody will hear from that man. On this phone, oh, we ain't got no internet. What happened? Come on, phone, don't start that crap.
Fact checking. You gotta do it. Not easy, especially when you have to flip channels, but that's the job tonight. Daniel Dale and his team, they are...
All right, so let's pause for a second. We had some kind of doohickey. Let's just wait and everything come back in. I don't know. See that? I was talking about it and it had happened. All right. Are we live here? Everything good to go? All right, let's go. Get it.
Fact checking. You gotta do it. Not easy, especially when you have to flip channels, but that's the job tonight. Daniel Dale and his team, they are the ones to help us sort it out. Hey, my brother, thank you for being back with me again. I already know from your reporting tonight that once again Trump won the untruthfulness game.
What stands out to you in his winning effort of telling the truth less?
Yeah, so this is just hugely lopsided, Chris, as usual. No comparison. Trump made more false claims in an hour-long town hall than Biden made in an hour-and-a-half town hall. I'll get to some of those, but what stood out to me most was that the president didn't only make his own false claims, as always, he also gave airtime, Chris, to two truly bonkers conspiracy theories. He said QAnon is, it's about fighting pedophilia. In fact, it's about making absolutely ridiculous, absurd, outlandish, dangerous accusations of pedophilia, baselessly. And he said it's just up to people to decide whether this crazy conspiracy he retweeted about Obama killing SEAL Team 6 and SEAL Team 6 killing a bin Laden body double. He said it's just opinion. People can make up their own mind. It's not opinion. It's a lie. It's an offensive lie. And as I said, he also said a lot of flat wrong stuff. And a lot of it was stuff we've heard before. He argued there's widespread voter fraud with vote by mail. There isn't. He portrayed himself as a steadfast defender of people with pre-existing conditions. Chris, he's in court, as you know, right now trying to kill those protections in Obamacare with no replacement plan. He suggested, and this is another up and down kind of thing, that he's a defender of DACA. He said, I'm working hard on DACA. This is the program he's tried to terminate. He said Obama and Biden didn't even try to get criminal justice reform. They did. They backed a bipartisan bill that was killed by Republican McConnell in 2016. He said, again, we're rounding the turn on the pandemic. That's a vague phrase, hard to fact check, but cases and hospitalizations are surging. He boasted, as usual, about adding a record 11.4 million jobs in the past 5 months. He always declines to mention that follows a loss of 22.2 million jobs over the previous 2 months. We're not even close to back. And he said they, referring to the CDC, found that 85% of people who wear masks get the virus. That's just not at all what the CDC said. That they weren't even looking for that in the
85% number was about something else, right?
It was about something else. It was not about the percentage of mask wearers who get the virus. Now, I have to add, we did also have false or misleading claims from Joe Biden, though fewer. He said that when the first round of enhanced unemployment benefits finished, he said Trump didn't do anything. Well, you can say Trump didn't do enough, but he did do something. He took executive action, used $44 billion in federal disaster aid to give $300 a week to the jobless. Biden also suggested or said that the number of troops in Afghanistan is now up from when he left office. It's now down, well below the final Obama-era level. He said that Trump has, quote, eliminated funding for community policing. No, that's not what happened. Trump did make budget proposals to cut that federal funding, never to eliminate it, but to cut it. But even those cuts weren't enacted by Congress. And as I told you earlier tonight, he suggested, or didn't quite explicitly say, that George Stephanopoulos, the host, was wrong for saying that the Biden website says the Green New Deal is a crucial framework for environmental action. His website does say that. So that was misleading at best, Chris.
Good. Got to keep it straight, Daniel. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Homeboy was on it. Yeah, that's what his job is. He nailed that all up in 3 minutes. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. He nailed that in 3 minutes. What else we can get into? Any other news? All right, y'all. Let's head to Detroit.
Let's begin with breaking news tonight. Just in from Detroit's west side, where there is a large police presence after shots are fired at a police cruiser.
Let's get right to Jason Colthorpe. And Jason, there
Dirty
are
D.
multiple scenes
What up, though?
here.
Yeah, we have 3 scenes, Kim, and a large police presence is an understatement. Guys, take a look behind me. We have dozens of marked and unmarked Detroit police cars. We are at the 3rd scene. We'll get to the other 2 in a moment. There's also MSP vehicles out here. What we have at this scene is a barricaded gunman around the corner on Robeson, a home just around the corner. But this all began 2 hours ago. Let me show you some video of the first scene. Around 9 o'clock, an undercover car working with the Auto Theft Task Force was doing some investigating. He was checking on a white Dodge Charger with improper plates and also a Jeep Grand Cherokee when suddenly occupants in both of those vehicles started firing with an assault rifle at that undercover police car. No officers were hit, nor did they return fire, but they did track those vehicles and to a second location, and then now to this one here. And this is where they are working on at least a barricaded gunman situation. We are waiting for an update from Captain here out on the scene. However, we can confirm through police sources 4 people are in custody, but police obviously still have some work to do, and they're ready to go the length of the night to do it. The mobile command center has been on scene here, so that's usually a sign that they're ready to be here for the long haul. We'll have any updates if they occur during this newscast. We're live on the west side. Jason Colthorpe, Local 4.
See, everybody keep talking about how cheap it is to get a house in Detroit. But you got to live with that kind of stuff. I mean, seriously. Those people can't come out their house. You got to wonder, those guys shot with automatic weapons at the police. You imagine you laying in your bed and all of a sudden those guys get spooked and start shooting again and bullets just start coming through your houses. Do you go get in the bathtub with the kids and lay down over top of them? I mean, I'm just saying. That's why I couldn't make the move. I just, to save some money, I'm going to be honest with y'all. From watching the Shade Show and from looking online, I know that you could get a one-bedroom for $300 or less. I know for a fact that you can get a two-bedroom for $400. And y'all see them big houses that they be showing on there, you would either get the first floor, or you would get the first floor in the basement, or you would get the second floor, you would get the attic, and you would get a big balcony deck for $400. They had a whole house would be $800. But I'm just saying, man, that's even on that. A 4-bedroom house for like $800. And I'm paying, man, for what I'm paying right now, I could have me a small house in Detroit with a yard. But like I said, the snow. Snow is one reason why I won't go. Because I ain't trying to ride no back in no daggone ice. That's number one. Number two, the crime there is stupid. I could probably, if I was able to go in these houses, I could probably walk around my neighborhood and show you houses that's boarded up. And I guarantee you, they would still have the copper in them. They would still have the water heaters in them. Now, I could take you, when we get on the other side of 25th Street, and we start getting down, around Gay Street, and we get up there, things change, around Lakewood. Things be a whole lot different. Federal Street, we start looking at them abandoned houses. I bet you they ain't got no water heaters in them. But I'm just saying, I couldn't imagine every time you leave your house, you got to worry about somebody coming there and taking your water heater. Every time you leave your house, you got to worry about somebody coming there and taking your copper. Somebody coming there and taking your radiator. Somebody coming there and stealing your heater. And you come home and catch me, be like, hey, I live here. Oh, I thought you moved. You ain't thought I moved, man. You know you've been watching me. I done came back early and caught you. Look at you. Put my daggone water heater back. I can't do it. I really killed somebody. I ain't gonna lie to you. I really can't know somebody trying to sneak right back in the house with my damn water heater. I tell you now, if I move someplace like that, I'm going to kill somebody. Because I'm telling you, we were raised, you don't run from home. Home is your base. This is where you lay your head. That's your most important asset, other than your family, is your home. Because to have a family, you got to have a home. You got to have someplace safe for them to come to. Her mother always said, don't never do nothing on your block. If you're going to do some business, go blocks away. Don't do it in your neighborhood. So that way, when you're in your neighborhood, you ain't got to go your shoulder like that. You go in other neighborhoods where you're doing stuff, you know somebody might run up on you. Because you know you ain't done something. But in your own neighborhood, I mean, you know, you want to be able to come out and sit on your porch and not have somebody, you know, run up on you. You know, you're supposed to take care of the 2 or 3 blocks that you live around. And make sure you cool with everybody so you don't have no problem. Because the best place to get caught slipping is at home. Because at home, you relax. You go out on the street, you looking for anything. But when you home, you relax. That's why you got to take care of home. And the people, not going to say all, but most of the people, they don't care about home. They'll sit there and watch somebody break in your house and not say nothing. They'll sit there and know the people that took your stuff and look you right in your face and say, "Dang, I wish I was here. I didn't see it." That's why. So before y'all start saying, I went down, Chad, he couldn't make it. I didn't say I couldn't make it. Because I could make it. Like I said, I live in an apartment building now. If I had my own house and people were sitting on my steps, no, they wouldn't. You got to move that from here. You ain't going to do that here on my, you got to go. Who are you? I'm the owner. I'm telling you, get off my steps. Well, what if I don't want to move? See, then I've got in the house. I'd have got me some kerosene. Put a rag in a bottle. Light it and throw it at them. When the police come, yeah, I threw it on my own property. They were sitting there. I told them to move. They wouldn't move. You talking to me for? It's my property. If I want to throw a Molotov for my own property, that's my business. But how you going to tell me that people who don't own it could tell me what I can do? I told them to get on my property. They told me to go to hell. I said, okay. I tried to send them to hell. And lock me up for that. My property. Matter of fact, who called you here? I didn't call you here while you're on my property. You don't want me to have my own house. I would be trouble. I don't play when it comes to where you live at. I wouldn't care. I'd be like, let's go. You ain't running me from my house. All right. It looks like we got another chase. Y'all see this? Yeah. Blow it up.
Wild chase in the Central Valley. The driver of a semi sideswiping cars speeding onto the shoulder.
He got semi.
4 different counties.
The pursuit started yesterday in the Stockton area. Officers were forced to back off near Los Banos, but the driver made it almost all the way to Coalinga before crashing.
Look how far he got.
CBS 13's Renee Santos live with what that driver did moments after. That's just as daring, right?
Yeah, imagine driving on I-5 and seeing a semi-truck going so fast that dirt begins flying. That's what one witness I spoke with saw as that semi-truck led officers on a chase other drivers. But his trail of chaos didn't end there.
Oh my God!
This is so bad. A car flipped upside down. A semi-truck turned over. The aftermath of a chaotic chase starting in Stockton on I-5.
Red big rig, passing on the right-hand shoulder, high speed.
It's Ramonte Rushing captured what he could not believe he was seeing.
All you literally see is like this big cloud of smoke that's coming. And as I'm finally on the freeway, I turn around, and I'm like, is that a big rig?
A big rig going recklessly fast.
All you see is nothing but debris, dirt.
At times, sideswiping cars on the freeway, leading HP on a chase all the way to Los Banos.
He literally just plows into like, there's about 3 or 4 vehicles.
He should have pulled over. I don't care if it is a big rig or not.
The CHP Says 26-year-old Derrick from Alabama was behind the wheel. Scanner audio describing just how strange the case got. The driver's trail of chaos didn't end there. He ends up overturning his big rig in Kalinga after hitting 3 other vehicles. He's saying he then leaves the crash site and tries to carjack other drivers to get away. Monte can't believe the truck driver was so daring and reckless.
I don't understand how you actually think that you're going to get away and you have CHP on you.
That driver was arrested and facing several charges. Right now, it's still unclear if he owns that truck or what company he works for. Meantime, the other drivers that were hit were told that they weren't serious.
Goodness, all right. Thanks, Renee.
Y'all know what's weird when we watch these chases? See, this is why I say some people meant to do this. What I watch when I see these chases is, and what I'm amazed by is, why is it that the people don't get out the way? That thing coming by you at 100 miles per hour, and you still sitting like, la-di-da, it's just no. You look in your rearview mirror and you see the squad cars chasing them. And you don't pull over and let them go ahead where they got to go. They keep right on driving. Like it's nothing. What the hell wrong with people? I see a truck coming at me at 100 miles per hour and it got cars behind it, police car with the lights on. I'm going to pull over. Let them go where they got to go. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm going to pull over and get out the way. I ain't gonna ever look at that. I'm still, I'm gonna get my groceries. I ain't worrying about that. And then when the truck hits you, you surprised. Why'd you hit me? You should have got out the way. This is why I said the story we did earlier. The man driving through downtown Denver at 100 miles per hour. How was he not going to hit something? Luckily, he didn't hit nobody walking. You're doing 100 miles per hour through the city. I'm nervous when y'all see me come down that hill and I'm doing 20-something miles per hour. I'm still looking, even though I got the right of way. I'm well lit. I'm still looking. Like, is a car gonna come from out somewhere? We only doing 20. How you gonna do 100? I'm just saying. How you gonna do 100 miles an hour? You got to be high. And the sad part is, people see him doing 100, they steady drop. Well, he ain't gonna hit me, and then booze. Now it's a woman and a 3-year-old child in the daggone hospital. I see somebody driving crazy, I'm getting out the way. People just too nosy. I don't want to see it. I'll see it on the news. I'll go home and turn it on. Why do I got to be in the middle of it? That's all I'm saying. Why do you got? Well, I don't understand why people don't say, "Hey, let me get out the way." It's between him and the cops. That's what I pay the cops for, to handle this idiot. You know. Uh-oh. This is crazy. People still trying to eat outside. I don't understand. We did a show the other day about people, and it was 2 different incidents where they actually had people dining outside. And they had them outside in the street. And guess what happened? They got hit by cars. Why are you so desperate? Are you that desperate to make money? You gonna put people out in the street to eat? Just give them takeout and tell them to go to the park and eat, or go home. I don't understand it. What it is about people, they gotta be seen. I just gotta be seen, eat, look at me. Look at me. Hey, everybody. Look, y'all, I'm at the restaurant. This meal costs $50. Hey, look at me. I paid $100 for this. Hey, look at me. I don't understand it. You gotta be seen that bad. You gonna eat in the street. Well, New York is now extending outdoor dining. as bad as the traffic is in New York, you gonna sit out? Shit, I wouldn't do it.
Going to stay afloat as the city extends outdoor dining. Welcome back.
Hey, crazy.
I'm Christine Johnson.
And I'm Maurice Dubois. Today, the City Council gave a major step forward for outdoor dining.
The plan also allows businesses to use outdoor heaters as the weather gets colder. CBS 2's Hazel Sanchez live now on the Upper West Side with more on this. Hazel?
Yeah, we've definitely seen more and more outdoor dining spaces like these behind me popping up over the last
Look
few
at
months.
it, out there in the street. Ain't nowhere in the world.
Permanent part of the New York City landscape.
Look at all that traffic.
Owners and customers alike are celebrating the news. New York City foodies can get comfy eating al fresco because outdoor dining is here to stay. Julie Green from the Upper East Side is thrilled.
That's wonderful. It reminds me of Europe. All these cafes outside. It's wonderful.
City Council voted to continue the current outdoor dining plan for another year, laying the groundwork for a permanent plan for the 5 boroughs that includes using city road space. You guys happy to hear this news?
We're happy, yes.
Augustine Panahaya, a manager at Made in New York Pizza on the Upper West Side, says he's also relieved the legislation allows restaurants to use propane and electric heaters on the sidewalk only, not in the street.
It's hard for us because if you don't put the heats outside, so the people's not gonna come.
More than 10,000 restaurants are certified.
Who wanna sit outside in New York in the damn cold?
The program gives them hope to survive the cold winter months under continuing COVID-19 restrictions. But Andrew Ritchie, executive director for the New York City Hospitality Alliance, says more needs to be done.
We still need support from the federal government. There's a bill called the Restaurants Act, which would help these restaurateurs pay for their rent, their utilities, their vendor expenses, their payroll. But listen, another year of outdoor dining, we're thrilled about it, and it's going to help a lot of these places just try to stay afloat.
I think that, they're overcoming. They're being really creative on how, they can make it work. So I think it's great.
Now, restaurant owners are hoping indoor capacity, which is at 25% right now, will increase to 50% in November. But in the meantime, many of these restaurant owners are coming up with creative ideas to make sure that their customers are comfortable as the temperature drops. We're live on the Upper West Side. Hazel Sanchez, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Hazel, thank you.
So that tells me that I couldn't live in New York. That tells me that my business would not be appreciated. You know why? You saw the bike rider in the street. Because it ain't safe to ride down on the sidewalk with all them daggone tables and stuff out there. But now you don't put the bicyclists, people on mobility scooters, people on regular scooters, they got to ride in the street now. They take a chance of being hit by a car because they loading the sidewalks up with tables and chairs and barricades, and I don't understand. Woman, are you asleep? Hello? 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 I think she dozed off. All right, charges dropped.
Now to News 5 investigates follow-up after a Whiteville man says a high-ranking sheriff's deputy made up a crime that never happened. Now, back in August, this man was charged with felony assault on an officer and thrown in jail, but video evidence obtained by Chief Investigative Reporter Eric Ross shows the man never touched the officer. He's live this afternoon outside the courthouse with new developments in the case. Eric.
Allison, good afternoon. Well, last month we aired a story exposing what appears to be a meritless arrest, all caught on camera. And after that story aired, we learned the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office pulled a 180, filing a motion to dismiss the case entirely. The judge ultimately agreed, but still there are a lot of questions this afternoon over what will happen to the sheriff's lieutenant who made that arrest. Last month, we met Tony Twist after he bonded out of jail, charged with felony assault on a police officer. Tony says he was getting ready to run to Walmart when he noticed an unmarked SUV parked outside his daughter's bedroom window.
As I was walking out of the house and I looked out of her room window, there's a vehicle sitting out there.
Tony says there's been previous petty crime in his neighborhood and found the SUV suspicious. Went up to it with a flashlight as a curious
I shined the light, on the car, rolled the window down.
Inside was Sheriff's Lieutenant Bill Huffer. According to Tony, the lieutenant was not happy about a flashlight being at his car.
Tells me not to be shining lights on people because I can get hurt, and that tells me to give him my ID. So I pulled it out and I says, you know what, wait a minute. Let me grab my camera real quick. I'll be right back.
It's unclear why Huffer wanted Tony's ID. No crime had been committed. Tony wanted it documented. We went inside to get his wife. Out with her cell phone and started recording. That's when Tony says the lieutenant had a change of attitude when he asked for his ID back.
He says, you're free to go. Because you didn't have to give it to me anyway. I thought to myself, can you move your car? I said, so I can go.
Instead of leaving, moving on to other things, Lieutenant Huffer appears to antagonize Tony, refusing to move his unmarked patrol cruiser away from Tony's driveway. As Tony turns away to disengage from the lieutenant and walk back up his driveway, for a split second, this slowed down video that he turns on the flashlight in his hand.
Put your hands behind your back. You just shine that light.
Tony is arrested and in jail. But court records obtained by News 5 Investigate show that charge was changed from misdemeanor obstruction to felony assault on an officer.
If I had assaulted him, I deserved it. But I didn't assault.
An arrest report obtained by News 5 Investigate. Flashlight, considerably less powerful than a police light bar, allegedly caused Lieutenant Huffer briefly him. But what's captured on video just does not match the lieutenant's version of events. At no time did Lieutenant Huffer appear disoriented. In fact, he had no trouble grabbing a hold of Tony, putting him in cuffs. Also, at no time did we hear Lieutenant Huffer call for medical attention for the reported pain he suffered. Lieutenant Huffer's actions that night remain under administrative review. According to the Sheriff's Office, there's no new updates on its status. We'll keep following up. While the District Attorney's Office filing a motion to dismiss the case altogether, with taxpayers' money in the long run by avoiding a trial that sources tell us would likely have never ended.
And back out here live, 2 days after our original story aired, Lieutenant Huffer went on Facebook to call our investigative journalism one-sided rather. However, we should point out that we did give the El Paso County Sheriff's Office numerous opportunities to comment on this case well in advance of a story airing. So Lieutenant Huffer, if you're out there watching and you still want to share your side of the story, my email address should be right there at the bottom of your screen, erickross@koaa.com. I'd love to hear from you. And as always, for our viewers out there, if we do hear from Lieutenant Huffer and we get his side of the story, we'll be sure to post it.
You don't get his side of the story. You know he's wrong.
Allison?
You know he's wrong.
Thank you. And real quick, you tried to obtain internal affairs records for this lieutenant and learn more about his background. What were you able to find out?
Yeah, Allison, we do know that this particular sheriff's lieutenant does have an internal affairs file, and believe it or not, about a year ago, lawmakers passed legislation to open up internal affairs records as part of public transparency, but the El Paso County Sheriff's Office has found a loophole that legally allows them to hide that record right now, so we're trying to find a workaround. Now, one thing before I toss it back to you, Allison, is that I have heard from other sheriff's office employees who want folks to know, who are watching right now, that the actions of Lieutenant Huffer are not reflective of the entire sheriff's office, and that there are many great sheriff's deputies out there. Those sheriff's deputies wanted us to relay that message to our viewers. Allison?
Yeah, but I got into some other stuff. I don't know why they would show me something from that. You already saw that. Oh, this is heartbreaking.
It is Cyber Security Awareness Month, and a New Jersey mother wants to make sure you don't get scammed like she did in vulnerable times. CBS 2's Jenna DeAngelis says the woman used a popular app to sell some furniture and was quickly out $1,700. I was embarrassed. I was mad at myself. How could I fall for this?
What began as an attempt to make some extra money after event planner Susie Petosis lost her job in the pandemic turned into the mother of three
losing cash. $1,700 right now in a pandemic hurts a lot.
It all started with Susie selling small items online. She then turned to mobile marketplace OfferUp to list the set, corresponding with a buyer first through the app, then moving to text.
It looks like you guys corresponded for a lot. And I think that's why my guard was down.
Sending pictures, scheduling pickup, and arranging payments.
This was the first red flag. I'm in the hospital due to my granny being ill, and also payment should be delivered to you Wednesday or Thursday. But there's a little problem. My secretary mistakenly included the shipping fee with the check.
Sure enough, she received a cashier's check, way over her $900 asking price.
I said, well, I could just rip it up and you can send me a new one. He's like, no, I trust that you're going to do the right thing. So you're going to send $1,000 through Zelle and the remaining you do through Venmo.
With her integrity in question, he sent him back the $1,730 he apparently overpaid, but then learned the check she mobile deposited into her account didn't clear, calling the bank to learn.
Since COVID, scams like this are on the rise. And there's not much they can do because Zelle that they use to transfer money is just the middleman. It's basically like sending cash.
It is ideal to try to do types of transactions through credit cards or banks or other financial institutions is that, at least depending on the nature of your account and the nature of the bank, you may have a little more recourse or you may be able to stop payment.
OfferUp urges users keep purchases in the app so it can track any. Its team follows up when police reports are filed. Mother says that's the next step.
What's your hope in sharing your story? That this doesn't happen to anybody else.
Lessons learned and shared. In Fairmont, New Jersey, Jenna DeAngelis, CBS 2 News.
All right, y'all. I heard about this scam. And this is why. This is why people don't take checks no more. If somebody wants to pay you by check, do not release anything until the check clears. When you see the money in your account, then you send the product. You don't send anything until the check clears. There are still some people that pay by check, and what they do is they give you a check and you deposit it. It takes anywhere from 3 to 7 days for that check to clear. So that means if you're a landlord and somebody pay you a check on the 5th of the month, I would go ahead and start getting ready for the eviction procedure. Because it's a check bounce and you already got everything ready to go. You always wait till the check clear. And don't let somebody rush you or give you a sob story. You check it out. If somebody tell you, my grandmother gave me $1,000, but it's going to take, I can't get it though. But if you give me $300, I'll give you $500 back. And then you don't never hear nothing from them. I've had people ask me to do that a lot. Yeah, I got a check for $1,000, but I ain't got no bank account. Don't you got a bank account? Can you deposit this check for me and keep a couple hundred for yourself and you just give me the $800? And then you find out a week later that check ain't no good. And you out $800. Damn. It's been around for 50 years. People still fall for it. I remember I was sitting out there on the street. A woman's granddaughter came up and said, "Dad on job. Usually pay me cash, but they gave me a check. I ain't got no bank account. Grandma, can you deposit this check for me?" So I need some money now, Grandma. Can you give me something? Well, I mean, the check is for 200, but I only got 120 in my account. Well, let me hold that 120, and then you just keep the other 80, Grandma. And guess what? Grandma out $120 because that check gonna bounce like a basketball, and they'll do it to their own grandma. I've seen it. Matter of fact, when I was selling the first bike, I had it on Craigslist and I had it on eBay at the same time. Whoever buy first. And guy from New York wanted to buy the bike, but he wanted to send me a cashier's check and told me I had to wait 5 days to cash it because I sent the bike to him. I told a family member, I said, you ever heard of this? Man said he in a different city, but he'll be home. When he get home, he'll make sure that the money in there. But could I go ahead and send the bike? Now, what kind of idiot would I be to spend $80 to ship the bike to him, and I ain't got no money at all? That man gonna have it shipped to somebody else's house, and then I'm gonna have the police at somebody else's house. They gonna say, I don't know what you're talking about. Because all he gotta do is just wait for the day to come. As soon as the man drop it off, pick it up, and keep right on going. People try all kind of scams. You gotta protect yourself, because people will get you. If anything else here worth looking at here. All right, this is out of St. Louis.
The man is dead and 2 children are recovering after being shot in the middle of the car.
Police are searching for the gunman. This has been a chaotic scene. Let's go straight. Fox 2's Catherine Hessel for a look at what we know this hour. Catherine.
Behind me closed for about 4.5 hours today while they searched for suspects and processed this. Now, according to St. County Police, at about 11:50 this morning, a young man in a silver Chrysler sedan was driving northbound in the 8700 block of Lucas Hunt. In the car with him was a 9-year-old girl and a 5-year-old boy. Along this stretch of road, 2 men in a black Jeep Cherokee started firing shots into the sedan. Now, the vehicles started colliding on the roadway, and then eventually both of them wrecked. Suspects, armed with rifles, ran north from the crash. The driver of the sedan was taken to the hospital, was pronounced dead. 2 children suffered minor injuries. Don't know if they were grazed by bullets or injured in the wreck. Now, officers are considering the suspects very dangerous and searching for them in the area on foot with canines and from the air.
It's a great sense of urgency because we don't know if this was a random incident. We don't know if these individuals knew one another. We have no way of knowing that initially. And like you said, we have 2 individuals running around up here with rifles. And yes, that is very terrifying. And we want to make sure that we keep the public safe and don't let anyone else get injured.
Take a look at this map. Now, about 2 miles away from that shooting and that crash, another shooting happened 2 hours later. Don't know if these incidents are related, but this second shooting took place in the 1800 block of Park Lane. Their officers found 2 people suffering from gunshot wounds. They don't have any word on their condition. Also, a large fight broke out at that second location. Again, we've asked county police and city. They don't know if they are related at all, but we will work to get more information on that. Working to get more information on the condition of those 2 suspects in the second shooting, victims in the second shooting, and police search for the 2 suspects in the first shooting. Reporting live in North County, I'm Catherine Hessel, Fox 2.
I don't know if y'all noticed, why is it seem like ever since we got this president, why does it seem like everybody is just going crazy?
U.S. State's police are looking for
They
a
just
suspect
keep
after
coming.
a man robbed a bank in Sutter Creek and took off on a bicycle. Pictures of the man that they're searching for. Investigators say he walked into the bank, demanded money, and then took off on his bike, which has since been found. Recognize him? Sutter Creek police want to hear.
You can't see the man's face. How you? I'm trying to imagine somebody somewhere saying, "Hey, that's Mookie. That's Mookie right there." I'm sorry. Look at Mookie. You can't see that man's face. You only know what the clothes he was wearing. You'd be like, Jerome, did you do that, Jerome? I know you didn't do that, Jerome. Uh-oh. Drug house of horror.
You can see the mold and smell it.
Oh, Lord.
This woman's high desert home requires a mask and a strong stomach. Yes, we don't use her real name, so call her Catherine.
The tenant absolutely.
Oh, Lord.
Black mold lines the wall everywhere you look, in almost every room. Bags full of discarded cannabis plants litter the floor, along with piles of trash and debris. Blacked out windows, hoses for a watering system, drilled in walls for impromptu electrical wiring, a bypass circuit breaker. This home had been turned into a marijuana grow-op by her tenant. They left in a hurry. Food still stocks the fridge, now home to thousands of insects in an undescribable smell. A putrid cherry on top to an already sickening situation.
There are no words to describe. It's not even a house now. It's a dump site that's been destroyed.
Landlords beware. It happened to her, it can happen to you. Police say criminals are targeting rental homes, work into highly illegal grow houses.
It's very profitable.
Lieutenant Mark Bracco with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department's Gangs and Narcotics Unit says they've been seeing a whole lot more of this illegal behavior all over SoCal. Ever since recreational marijuana was legalized in California, rental homes are becoming a lucrative target.
Because it's property that they don't own. They can go in for a short time, long period of time, conduct the illegal operation, take their profits. They don't care if they destroy a house.
This is video from a grow house in Victorville, caught on fire. Authorities carrying out bags full of marijuana plants. A similar situation in Garden Grove, where another grow house went up in flames.
Chino Police Department.
Police body cam video from Chino in July. Officers executed a search warrant at a grow house, resulted in the man inside being shot and killed. 1,500 marijuana plants were recovered at that house. To understand what happened to Catherine, you have to rewind the clock to summer 20. This is what her Pinion Hills home looked like.
Beautiful.
She spent tens of thousands of dollars.
Look at that,
remodeling
y'all.
it, the goal of renting it out.
White blinds, light fixtures in the living room.
She posted this online ad to find a tenant, and a woman responded. Said her name was Carol Bryant. Described herself as an Eastwood mother of 2 young children.
She is a woman.
As a nurse.
Always use a woman.
Bryant provided ID.
To get the place.
Security
To get the
card,
car.
her pay
To get the
stub,
bank account.
her bank statements, utility bills, and her W-2. It all seemed to check out.
All the documentation that she sent my way, so impressive that I thought I had the best tenant on the planet.
But Catherine never verified the document, and she made the mistake of never meeting Bryant in person to handle it. Everything was going smoothly until this past August, when rent was late. Bryant wasn't responding, so Catherine sent a handyman to check on the house.
He walked in and just started texting me pictures of the damages, showing that she had started up a marijuana grow house.
Images were shocking. Rows of marijuana plants lined the inside of her home, where a professional lawn grow had clearly been underway. All of the windows were blacked out. Had been cut throughout the structure to make room for 2 wiring. Extreme amounts of dangerous black mold had infected almost every room. Plastic sheets had partially melted due to growing lights. Clear that the doors had been in and busted open, and it nowhere to be seen.
It looks like the people that were renting this house abandoned this road.
Lieutenant Bronco says this is one of the worst cases ever seen.
Those chemicals are very nasty and kill the kid if they ingested it.
After the discovery, Catherine says Carol Bryant and her so-called brother went dark. Phone numbers.
I've never gotten a response of any kind, no.
And after a lengthy Fox 11 investigation, nothing about Carol Bryant adds up. We've confirmed Bryant's driver's license number actually belongs to an innocent Michelle, the victim of identity theft. We sent that license to MV. No Fox 11 in the Our program experts have reviewed the attachment you provided, determined the photo is not valid. Bryant also claimed to be employed by Good Lord Nursing in Inglewood, a pay stub she gave to Catherine. But when we called Good Lord Nursing, they said, never heard of a Carol Bryant. And when we stopped by addresses in Inglewood and Pasadena that matched up with Bryant's supposed name and date of birth, other people were living there who have no involvement. We now believe Carol Bryant is a fake persona. Unclear who this is a photo of.
I don't know if she even exists.
We don't know who did this to Catherine's house, but at this point, it's safe to say fraud, forged documents, and identity theft are likely in play.
They don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about our community.
Catherine is now left with no source of income and a trashed house or nothing in it. Her insurance provider sent her this letter denying her claim for coverage because of the presence of a substance in the house. Now, she says she's ruined.
I don't have coverage. I don't have money. I honestly don't know what to do.
Damn. She got screwed.
Catherine says on the advice of her attorney, she chose not to file a police report. If you're wondering why, that's because she says she knows if she gets authorities involved, her house will be red tagged and get foreclosed on. She says she just cannot afford to lose it entirely. She's hoping to try to make some repairs, which contractors are estimating going to cost at least $8,000. She honestly doesn't have that money, so she has set up a GoFundMe. Like to help her out, you find that in your heart. We have included a link to that GoFundMe on our website, foxla.com.
Well,
thank you so much.
I need a new bike, and I thought of GoFundMe. She didn't do a good job of checking out her tenants. If she gonna ask for $80,000 because she didn't do the legwork and she never even checked on the people. My bike is sitting right there. We get ready to go ride on it. So you know I take care of my stuff. If somebody want to help out, I need $1,000. Anybody want to help out? So let's keep going.
Also new tonight, police are investigating double homicide at a motel in Winter Haven. On your sites, Justin Checker spoke with the police chief live right now outside the Rose Motel in Winter Haven. What's the latest, Justin?
Did she say the Rose Motel or the Roach Motel?
Good evening. It's been more than 24 hours since we found a man inside a room at this motel. They're asking for the public's help, and they are canvassing this area of Highway 7 for cameras that may provide clues to Winter Haven police. The call Wednesday afternoon from a concerned mother requesting a well-being check for her 40-year-old son, Timothy Anderson.
Usually Tim contacts his mom on a daily basis through phone calls, and she had not heard from him. She tried to make a phone call to him, and he wouldn't answer.
Charlie Bird says nobody answered when officers responded to Anderson's room at the Rose Motel. When housekeeping let police in, found Anderson dead along with another victim, 49-year-old Leslie Umpleby.
Both of them had significant trauma to their bodies. They backed out of the room. We secured it and contacted investigative services.
Bird tells Ann on your side. Detectives spoke with a witness at the motel, provided this.
That on Tuesday night at approximately 11 p.m., saw a subject with a hoodie who was had entered the room very quickly, heard yelling afterwards, and for whatever reason did not contact the police.
The results of the victims' autopsies. Now, again, with information that happened at this motel Tuesday night, contact Winter Haven Anonymous Crime Stoppers. Live in Winter Haven, I'm Justin Schechter. On your side.
Yeah, I was messing around with my baby mother. I don't know what would happen. I would go to work and I would come home, and they would have our stuff sitting outside, and we had to go find someplace else to live. It would happen like 5 times a month. I don't know what she did while I was at work, but that's one thing that I will not do again. I will not live in a motel. I've seen so much stuff go on. I've seen so much craziness. I'm just saying. You know, I wouldn't do it. All right, y'all. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna find a topic for us. So just jam out for a second here. Is that a picture? No, not that one. Please. So I ain't got no one. Give me a picture. Where's my grandma? Grandma lost in the dark. Saw grandma hanging out in the park. Oh, grandma, what have you done? What have you done, Granny? I just asked you to take a chill pill. Can you keep everything trill? Grandma. Oh, Granny. Talking about Grandma. She's still hitting that sauce. She kept doing it till everything was lost. Oh, Grandma. Granny. 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 Hey, what? Why are you filming that video? Alrighty. We took a little musical break. And just that quick, I found us something to talk about. How long we been on? Do I got enough time? We've been on for 4 hours. I got time. Y'all gonna hang with me. Y'all gonna hang with me. Let's do this. You want a second here? Let's do this real quick. All right, I just found this, and I ain't read it. I just typed something in. I don't know what we're going to see. That's why you notice we never go past the title. But this is called 5 Ways to Detect a Modern False Prophet or a Fake Preacher, a Fake Reverend. But since somebody called me a false prophet the other day, those of y'all that were here, somebody came in here and called me a false prophet. So, y'all know how we do this. I don't read the story. I don't need to. I'm going to tell you what the Spirit tell me to say, and then we're going to see if it match up with what the scholars say, since I'm so fake. I can tell you right now, a false prophet is someone that's always trying to tell you that if you pray to Jesus for cars and houses and a man, that it's going to magically, as long as you giving that preacher money, as long as you putting money in that collection plate and all the envelopes, you're magically going to get that. It's going to come to you. You don't get that brand new car you want. You don't get that job you want. You don't get the house you want. Now, they don't tell you how to go do it. But they just tell you, you get them money and magically God will give you. And there are a lot of prosperity. I call them prosperity preachers. Because they say you're going to prosper. The Lord is going to make sure that you prosper. I wish y'all to remember that word. Because I guarantee you, you're going to see it. But that's probably going to be the first thing they say. That's how you know when somebody fake, when they're trying to prosper off you. Prosper means they get something and you get nothing. I prospered off you. I've given you nothing, but I get a whole bunch back. And that's what? Because how it's supposed to work is, if I'm preaching you the good word, you should donate out the goodness of your heart. Because you appreciate time and effort I put in. But not that I just say hallelujah and say turn to your neighbor and say, hey, glory, and just start throwing money at me. That's what somebody that's trying to prosper off of you. They're not giving you no real information. They're just telling you what you want to hear so that you'll be glad to give them some money. That's what a false prophet does. What else does a false prophet do? False prophet is going to try to tell you that you don't have to believe in Jesus. You can do whatever you want to do, and you still going to go to heaven. You're not going in the lake of fire. That you can just do whatever you want to do. Go out there, get your drugs, go out there, drink, have sex, be at the club. Do whatever you want to do. And don't pay anything for what God and Jesus expect of you. That's a false prophet. Once again, they're going to tell you what you want to hear so that you're happy to get it. That's how it works. Also, they're going to tell you there ain't no hell. Everybody going to heaven. All you got to do is believe in Jesus and you're going to heaven. There ain't nothing else you got to do. Just say, I believe you are Lord Jesus, and now you are a Christian, and now you're going to heaven. That is a total lie. If it was that easy, everybody would be going. If it were that easy, everybody would be going, and Jesus would have been came back, because there's no need for them to take this long. Except it's taking us this long to catch on. So don't let nobody tell you that number one, you got to give money. You give money, you get whatever you want. Number two, they say 5. I'm going to try and name 5 and see if I match up. Let me know how good I do, y'all. I'm going to see if I match up with them. But I said 1, the reverend is going to try to get some kind of benefit off of you by telling you what you want to hear. 2, And don't forget telling you that as long as you pray for something, you're going to get the car you want. You're going to get the house you want. You're going to get the man you want. Job you want. That's number one. I can tell you. I ain't got to read the article. I know that's the number one thing. I know also on there that you don't have to believe in Jesus, that Jesus is not the way. Jesus is not the only road. I keep teaching you, you have to get to know Jesus first. Let Jesus into your heart. If you want to get to the Father, you have to go through Jesus. If you don't have Jesus in your heart, you're not going to heaven. You're going in the furnace of fire. But false prophets will tell you, hey, as long as you just say his name, just say I believe in Jesus. And there you go. You're going. So I know that that's going to be up there. So that's my number 2. Number 3. What would number 3 be? What else would a false prophet be? False prophet doesn't live what he tell you to live. He doesn't act like Jesus is. His actions are totally different. He'll tell you to do one thing while he doing something else. I tell you, judge people by what they do, not by what they say. Okay? Another thing. A preacher is not going to let stuff that God would not allow in his church. Somebody that's really walking with God is not going to allow things in his church like homosexuality, pedophilia. He's not going to allow that in the church. If he sees it, he's going to weed them people out. That's not what God likes. It ain't his job to judge it. But at the same time, you still got to condemn it. But see, a real preacher is not going to allow. And I keep telling y'all, don't judge the person. Judge the behavior. So if you got you in a church and it's women kissing women in there and nobody saying nothing to them, you got a church that's men kissing men. Nobody saying something, you better get about the church. You better run for the hill. Because if I had a church, I wouldn't care how much somebody give to the church. You're not going to do that filth. If that's something that you do on your own time, but you willing to come worship with us, keep that on the down low. We don't need to see it. Keep it on the down low. Let me see. How else would you know? False preaching. Does the preacher ever give you any advice or anything that you can use in your real life? Or is it all just about talking to you and getting something out of you? Don't overlook what I just said. Do they actually give you things that you could do in your life right now? Make your life better. Do they offer suggestions that you could do? Most of y'all ain't going to do them. But do they try to get you to do these things? Because if they're not trying to get you into a relationship with Jesus Christ, you need to run from that church. If they're not trying to get you to imitate the behavior of Jesus Christ, they're not trying to get you to do things for your neighborhood, for your school. If they're not trying to get you to do anything, get up and run from that church. That's my top 5. Y'all ready to see how I match up? Y'all see how Minister Brother Derrick matches up? Let's go. 5 ways to detect a modern false prophet. Let's get it. Let me blow it up so y'all can see it. I like to challenge myself. A lot of people want to have everything all premeditated and study and all. I want to see, is the Spirit telling me the truth? All right. False prophets are becoming more prominent in today's age of tolerance and rebellion against God. This culture is eager for an easy religion, one that requires no effort and offers no consequences. This generation, more than any other, wants to live however they like, without boundaries or authority. Unfortunately, there are plenty of teachers and preachers eager to give the people what they want to hear. Woo! I said that. And usually they end up making a large sum of money off of it. Ah! We doing good so far? From feel-good prosperity preachers to teachers who deny the literal existence of eternity, to religious leaders of the popular earn your way to heaven efforts, false prophets are everywhere. 2 Timothy 4:3-4. For the time is coming when people will not endure sound teaching, but having itching ears, they will accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions, and will turn away from listening to the truth and wander off into myths. This is a prophecy. Time is coming where people will not endure sound teaching. The time is here that I'm sitting here giving this good message and only 8 people watching. Yet it's 15 on another channel listening to somebody talk about an old man. You only want to hear stuff that you want to hear. You won't listen to what you need to hear. Like a famous man once said, you won't come to the expert who can explain, who can set the example, but you'll go run behind any raggedy behind, silly-minded imbecile. You'll run behind them because it's easy. You ain't got to do nothing. It's easy. People want to suit their own passions. They want to do what they want to do. They know they ain't supposed to do it, but they want to do it. And they'll turn away from listening to the truth and wander off into myths. There are so many myths in this country. Step on the crack, you break your mama back. Something I used to hear when I was growing up. It was a myth. If an old lady had cats, she was a witch. Best stay away from my house. That was a myth. The Bible warns us not to be bitter about this, but to be wise and discerning. 1 Thessalonians 5:20-21. Do not despise prophecy, but test everything. Hold fast to what is good. Don't you love when it's just laid out for you? You ain't even got to think about it. This is so simple. Do not despise prophecies. If somebody prophesies something to you, check it out. Make sure it's legit. Don't just dismiss it. Ah, Lord, here we go again. He don't come. Ah, man. Somebody tell me I'm lying. Y'all know when certain people come around, I don't want to hear that damn church stuff. Hey, come, man. Ah, Lord. Oh, he ain't broke out the Bible. Oh, give me the headphones, somebody. Let me put on some R. Kelly, or let me listen to the game while I'm sitting here. You got me the ear in the earbud. I can put in my ear. I just keep nodding and shaking my head while I'm listening. Oh, baby, Lord. Go ahead, Ray. Yeah, you're the one for me, girl, yeah. Hallelujah. Yeah. You just the one I want to be around. Reverend Johnson! Yeah. I've seen men in church do that too. All right. What they say? Number 1, false prophets preach the gospel of prosperity. That was my number 1. False teachers will lead their congregation to believe that God wants them to be happy and wealthy. Some teachers even take it further and declare that if a Christian isn't financially rich or isn't emotionally and relationally prosperous, they aren't just praying hard enough or need to increase their faith. This type of preaching is dangerous and inaccurate. The Bible clearly states otherwise about the expectations of what this world has to offer. So we had the same number 1, so that's good. Mark 10:25. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. Y'all heard me quote this a lot. Y'all want to look it up for yourselves? It's right there. Mark 10:25. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. You were allowed to be rich for a reason. But the reason is, how will you handle being rich? Will you try and keep it all to yourself? Will you use it to force people down? Force people to kowtow to you? Or will you use that money to benefit and help other people? People that might not have been blessed. See, your blessing is to bless others. It's not to bless yourself. You're already blessed because you got enough money to get what you need. But after you get what you need, what are you going to do with the rest of it? That's the question. Are you going to help other people out, or are you going to try and hog it for yourself? That's why it's harder for a man to go through the eye of a needle, a rich man, than to enter the kingdom of God. Because when Jesus asked the rich young man, go sell everything you own and come follow me. That young boy looked at him like, you must have lost your mind. I'm rich. I'm supposed to give it up to come follow you? He broke. It never occurred to him that he might become even more richer. That Jesus might give him more. Never occurred to him. All he could see was the money he had. And it's that tunnel vision that keeps rich people from getting to heaven. That's that tunnel vision. If he got rich before, why he can't do it again? If he got rich before, why he couldn't do it again? And with Jesus behind him, you think he wouldn't get 10 times as much? Never occurred to him. Selfish. All he thought about, hey, without my money, I ain't nothing. I'm supposed to sell everything I got. Just give it away. I'm not going to have nothing. Man, you had Jesus Christ telling you to follow him. What more rich could you get? The same way we say Peter, John, Matthew, we could be saying that young man's name. Notice he ain't got no name. The young man, that's his name. That's his name. The young man. He could have been a saint, but instead he's the young man. Matthew 6:9-19-21. Do not lay up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust destroys, and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. This verse just breaks down what I just said. Do not lay up yourselves treasure on earth. See, human beings have a tendency to accumulate things. A lot of us got a whole basement and attic full of stuff we don't use. A lot of women got shoes that they ain't wore in 20 years, but if you touch one of them, they kill you. Get out my daggone shoe. What are you doing messing with my shoe collection? Well, I want to wear that to the prom tonight. You ain't wearing my shoes. But you ain't wore them shoes in 10 years. They went out of style and came back. How come I can't wear it to the prom tonight? I'll bring them back. You ain't touching my shoes. You might leave that go get your own. Got 1,000 pair of shoes in the closet and won't let the child have a pair to go to the prom. Don't lay up treasures for yourself. Your goal is to get off this planet. Why do we keep stocking up stuff like we plan on staying here? You plan on staying here? If you ain't wore the shoes in 10 years, why do you care? I know people that got cars in the garage, ain't drove the car in years. Well, they got memories. When I was a teenager, I had that car. Well, you got a teenager now. Why don't you let the teenager drive it? No. That car has sentimental value. When you close your eyes, he gonna get it anyway. What's the difference? He can get it now, or he can get it in 30 years when you kick the bucket. Still gonna get the car. Yeah, but no, I'm not letting it go. I'm not letting it go. Something about laying up stuff, holding on to it. Don't want to get on my nothing. But these are things that are down here on earth. Moths and rust. Or thieves can steal it. But lay up yourself treasures in heaven. What does that mean? Instead of buying stuff that you can't take with you. But when you close your eyes, you don't take it with you. Your relatives are going to fight over what you got. So I wouldn't even be worried about stuff you got now. I would get what I need. What I need to get by. Then I would worry about, okay, I got all this money left. How can I help other people? I'll make sure I got a little nest egg for myself in case some trouble come up. But how can I help other people? Hey, Mr. Johnson, you still riding on them bald tires? Look, man, here's $300, man. Go down there and give you some tires, man. You killed somebody. Hey, Junior. You think about joining the baseball team, but you know you be hitting them home runs here on the lot. Yeah, but if I want to join the Little League, I need $200. I get a uniform and a helmet and the bat and the glove. My father said he ain't paying for it. He ain't gonna help me out. Well, here you go. Go ahead down there and get yourself straight, boy. Go ahead, man. Go ahead and be next Babe Ruth. Go ahead. Go ahead, young man. I don't need nothing in return. Just go up there and hit some home runs for me. There you go. Praise Jesus. Hey, Miss Ann. How come the sheriff knocking on your door? What's going on here, Miss Ann? Oh, I got robbed last month, and they got all my money, and I can't pay my rent, so they throwing me out. Well, how much is your rent? $700. Well, hold on a sec. Sheriff, before you can go in, give me 1 second. Call your landlord. I'll be right back. Tell your landlord to come over here and get this $700. Tell your landlord to come over here and get this $700 right now. I got the $700 cash for him. Make sure you give you a receipt. Landlord come, give him the $700. Get a receipt, give it to her. Tell the sheriff, go on to the next house. That's what you do with your extra money. And when you do it, don't go bragging. Yeah, I kept him from being evicted. Yeah, look at him hitting home runs. Yeah, I got him on the team. Yeah. No, you ain't. Don't say nothing. The people are going to tell everybody. You ain't got to tell nobody. And see, when you do that, you did it because it's something that Jesus will. And he's going to mark it down in your. But if you go around bragging so everybody can pat you on the back, everybody can tell you how great you are, Jesus ain't going to write down nothing. You didn't do it for him or God. You did it. Or even for the greater good. You did it because you wanted to be able to say you did it You wanted people to pat you on the back and tell you how good you is. That's why you did it. That's why you did it. The same way people around here buying wrenches, and they think they're doing something, but they want the other people to either be afraid of them because they'll buy their wrench, or they want them, hey, I'm glad you bought that person wrench. I didn't like them. Yeah. You good people. See, that's your reward. You don't get no other reward. All right. They say number 2, false prophets refuse to call out sin. Oh, I got that one right too. False teachers don't like to offend anyone, so they gloss over sin in order to keep their fans happy. They often do this by stating a particular controversial sin, such as homosexuality, fornication, adultery, gluttony, or greed isn't a sin after all, so there's no need to worry or change. They don't realize that by condoning sin, they're leading their congregation, happy as they might be, straight to hell. Woo! We got that one right. The Bible teaches that sin is a real issue and a big one. It's what separates us from God. It's what condemns us to hell. Without the intercession of Christ, we would have never been able to get to heaven or right to a relationship with God. This is the message of the gospel. Romans 3:23. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Colossians 3:5-6. Put to death, therefore, what is earthly in you: sexual immorality, impurity, passion, evil desire, and covetousness, which is idolatry. On account of these, the wrath of God is coming. Now let's back up. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Everybody that's ever been born has fallen short. The only person who hasn't fallen short is Jesus Christ. That's the only person that was actually born out of womb on this planet. Because Adam and Eve, they messed up. And every child that they had messed up from then on. So nobody is perfect. And don't let nobody tell you they better than you. Don't let nobody tell you they stronger than you. That God loved them more than you. That is a stinking lie. We all fall short. All of us. But now that you know that, and you know that God offers you the grace, He offers you a roadway to Him, even though our sin that we've done before we knew Him kept us away from Him. Don't let nobody tell you that you can't have a relationship with God. Don't let nobody tell you, oh, I've done too many things to ever go to heaven. If you actually stop what you're doing and really try to get a relationship with Jesus Christ, He can erase your sins and open up a relationship. Now, if you don't want eternal life and you want to get thrown in the furnace, then do what you're doing. Don't let me stop you. But if you do, you got to put to death what is earthly in you. That means you got to stop. And I said this. You got to stop fornicating, having sex out of marriage. You got to stop it. You got to stop engaging in a lifestyle that's not healthy. You got to stop it. You got to stop desiring stuff that you can't afford, that's not given to you yet. You got to stop it. As long as you're doing these things, you cannot have a relationship. And if you don't have a relationship, the answer is that you're going to hell. And then on Judgment Day, you're getting thrown in the furnace of fire, lake of fire, whatever you want to call it. You're getting thrown in there. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. You can talk to me all day. I'll listen, but I won't pay you no mind because you're lying to yourself. To ignore sin is to ignore our need for a Savior. And to ignore the Savior is to reject Him. So, if you refuse to get rid of your sins, you are rejecting. How you plan on going to heaven? How you think you going anywhere other than that furnace when you're not respecting God and Jesus and what they want for you? 3, false prophets don't believe in hell or the need for repentance. Oh, I got that one right too. False prophets are content to preach that hell is figurative. They believe there's no need for repentance because Jesus died for everyone. They teach that we should just be grateful and that's all there is to it. This lie is especially tricky to decipher because it sounds true at first. Jesus did die for the sins of the world, but salvation isn't head knowledge alone. After all, James 2:19, you say you have faith, for you believe there is one God. Good for you. Even the demons believe this, and they tremble in terror. Which goes back to what I said. Say you believe in Jesus. You say you believe in God. But even the devil believes there's a Jesus, believes in God. Demonic people believe there's a Jesus, there's a God. They just don't pay him no mind. Are you one of them people? The Bible teaches that to be saved, we must repent. Acts 2:38. And Peter said to them, repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of your sins, and you will receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. He is real, a real place with real fire and real separation from God. Isaiah 5:14. Therefore hell hath enlarged herself and opened her mouth without measure, and their glory and their multitude and their pomp, and he that rejoiceth shall descend right into it. So hell is waiting for you. It's waiting to swallow you up. Are you going to run to it and jump in? Are you going to run to it and jump in? That's the question. Now that you hear this, are you going to run and jump in? 4, false prophets don't believe Jesus is the only way. I said that too. So far, we 4 for 4. Multiple paths, one destination is a common belief in today's society. But for the sake of being tolerant and for fear of offending, recent generations are content to believe that everyone will make it to the same eternal destiny via whichever religion they choose. The problem with this belief is that it directly contradicts Scripture. You got to, in order to tell if somebody is fake or not, does what they say match what's in the book? Does the things they say match up with what's in the book? If they have changed it so that it sounds nothing like the book, then they are fraudulent. And it says it right here. Multiple paths, one destination. That means people can believe, it don't matter if you're Protestant, it don't matter if you're Muslim, it don't matter if you're evangelical, it don't matter if you're Buddhist, it don't matter if you're Mormon. It don't matter if you're Amish, if you're Jewish. It all don't matter. We all going to the same place. Remember that song? We all going to the same place. Yes, sirree. We all gonna have it. It's gonna be a big jamboree. But that's a lie. It's only one way. And if you ain't going through Jesus, you ain't going nowhere. John 14:6 says, Jesus said to him, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Didn't I say that? Can we read it again? I know I said this earlier. Jesus said to him, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. So you gotta establish a relationship with Jesus Christ. Let him into your heart, mind, and soul. Let him change you. I'm sorry, from the inside out. The inside out. Once he's done his work in you, he'll start preparing you for a relationship with the. But see, other preachers say, all you got to do is just say, hey, I believe you, Jesus. Hey, I love you, Jesus. And that's it. That's what they tell you. That's all you got to do. You got to let it go. Let go of everything you know. Get it. Whatever you've been taught, forget it. And let Jesus come in and let him cleanse you of all your old ways and your old thoughts. But you got to be willing to let him in. You can't fight him. Well, yeah, Jesus, I don't mind doing this, but you know, I got to do that now. Come on now. Come on now. You know, I got 5 women. I'll take it down to 2. But I ain't going to marry neither one of them. But instead of 5, I'll take it down to 2. It ain't going to work. Jesus going to leave. You can't try to negotiate. But see, this is what we do. We try to negotiate or try to rationalize. Well, Jesus, I know you don't want me to steal her money, but I'll just take part of it. And see, it ain't so bad. I ain't take it all. She gonna be all right. I only took a little bit of it. She be good. No, you should. See, you want to rationalize. She probably won't even miss it. I've been taking money from her every week. She never miss it. In your mind, you make it sound okay, but that you ain't gonna convince Jesus of that. Jesus made it perfectly clear he is the way, the only way to a relationship with God. Without his sacrifice on the cross and the resurrection from the grave, the veil would never been torn and we would never have gained access to our Heavenly Father. All right, so far we doing good. Bye. Did I get this one, y'all? False prophets don't believe in the inerrancy of Scripture. False prophets would teach that the Bible contradicts itself or has holes. This simply isn't true. Any alleged contradiction in Scripture are a misunderstanding on the part of the reader, or is an intentional spin away from proper context in an attempt to deceive. We 5 for 5. The truth is found in 2 Timothy 3:16-17. All Scripture is breathed out by God and profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, and for training in righteousness, that the man of God may be competent, equipped for every good work. Isaiah 48, the grass withers, the flower fades, but the word of our God will stand forever. True followers of Christ stand on the foundation of the living word of God. It's trustworthy and true. The man of lawlessness. Colin Smith discusses similar things in his GodTube.com video, Who is the Antichrist? And Thessalonians 2, Paul refers to the Antichrist as the man of lawlessness. He puts himself in the place of God's law, Smith said. That's it? All right, well, I ain't playing the videos, I ain't getting flagged. But anyway, y'all can see I was 5 for 5. So, how many people left? Anybody have any questions or comments? Liz said, how long we've been live? We've been live, I think, since 2 something. 5 hours. Been live for 5 hours, Liz there. Good morning. Yeah, I'm getting ready to go ride up to the store. Yeah, we've been looking at the news, talking about Donald Trump and Joe Biden. They each had open debates today. And we just did a sermon on, Liz, somebody called me a false prophet the other day. So we actually, I found the article. I put some music on, opened up another webpage, typed in, how do you know a false prophet? Took the first thing I saw, bookmarked it, came right back and did it. And guess what? 5 of 5. I did a prelog or preamble before we went to the article. And 5 for 5. I got all 5 of them. So the false preacher got all 5 of them. Five for 5. Matter of fact, I might deserve some extra credit. I might be worthy of some extra credit, Liz. Because I actually said more. I actually delivered more in my prelog than they did. I wonder if somebody gonna make a video about this. You know they won't. So Liz, we also looked at some of the lies Donald Trump told last night. Man sat there and said he didn't know what the group QAnon was. I played it back 5 times. He said, I don't know who they are. I told you when you do something he ashamed of, he act like he don't know you. He act just like Oprah Winfrey do in The Color Purple. I don't even know y'all no more. I don't know you no more. You hear me? I don't know you no more. He sat there and said he didn't know what QAnon was. I don't know nothing about it. Then turned around and said, but I do know that what's the term? Pedophilia. But I do know that they don't like pedophilia. But I don't know nothing about them. And the woman told him, they think that you the savior from these Democrats and celebrities that's using pedophilia, bringing the blood of children to get them more power, but you gonna be the savior to them. I don't know nothing about them. I don't know nothing about them. Are you asking me about them? What about them Democrats and that daggone Antifa burning down them Democratic cities? And all I know is that they against pedophilia, and I'm all for them because they against pedophilia. They were like, you all for devil worship? But I don't know about that. Really? Then we find out that they're anti-Semitic, anti-Catholic, and that they don't have a problem with pedophilia. What they got a problem with is conspiracy theories. They think that the Democrats, who they see as their enemy, is involved in pedophilia. Catholics, a lot of who are Democrat. Jews, a lot who vote Democrat. See, that's the problem. They ain't got nothing. They ain't so much. The pedophilia is an excuse, but their theories to take out the people they hate. And he said, yeah. Then he lied about his him taking the test. He said he don't know if he was tested the day before the debate with Joe Biden. He don't know if he was tested that day. But then he said, I've been tested. I think I was tested that day, day before that, the day before that. I get tested a lot. So then the lady asked him, do you take the test every day? He said, no, I don't take the test every day. Huh? Then how you know you didn't have it? Well, he said, I got tested that day and the day before and the day before that. So that would mean you get tested every day. But then you turn around and say you don't get tested every day. How can we believe anything this man says? And then marinate for a second. He said, I got tested that day and the day before. And it was a Wednesday because it was Bible study day, wasn't it? I got tested that day and the day before and the day before that. Lady said, you get tested every day? He go, no. Well, he just told you 3 days in a row he got tested. But he didn't find out until late Thursday that he had it. Somebody talk to me. He said that he didn't feel right, and he went to the doctors late Thursday. So the debate was Wednesday. So if he got tested on Wednesday, day before that, why he didn't get tested Thursday? And if he did get tested on Thursday, why he didn't show up? It's positive. I'm just asking. I asked the question. Nobody just ain't got no answers. But you're hearing the man lie to you. Just lying. And getting mad too. Well, you always Democrats. You getting defensive. Now, we also found out that lady asked him, how do you owe $433 million? Well, you supposed to be a millionaire. But you owe $433 million to people. How you a millionaire? Oh, I got businesses and property. They're all beautiful, and I be doing banks favors and be taking loans from them. And if I'm supposed to be, if I'm trying to be a billionaire, and I'm mad at the man at Amazon, what did I say his name was? Bezos. And I'm going after the man at Amazon because he putting stress on the United States Postal Service by having them deliver their products for cheaper. I'm mad at him for doing that. But I'm not mad at the fact. I'm mad that he a billionaire and I'm not. But not only am I not a billionaire, I owe almost $500 million. $433 million. $500 million is $500 million. So he owed almost $500 million. How you supposed to be trying to catch a millionaire when you owe $500 million in debt? Don't you got to be solvent to reach millionaire status? Don't you got to be solvent? So why are you worried about Bozo, whatever his name is, a man that is a millionaire, and you jealous of him, but you have filed bankruptcy 11 times. Your father gave you $35 million and told you to go out into the world. You take that $35 million and you go bankrupt 11 times, and then you owe almost $500 million to creditors. Why are you controlling the country? Why are you a great businessman? Great businessman don't go in no debt. Buy no daggone $433 million. What great businessman is that? If I'm the church treasurer, and I let the church get behind $1,000, somebody coming for my job. Nah, you can't be the treasurer. You got us in debt by $1,000. I need to take this over. But he in debt by daggone $433 million. Then he gonna say, well, you know, my son is running the companies. So you saying that your son is incompetent, and that your son rung up $433 million in debt. Let that marinate. Tell me this man ain't on the Deseret and whatever else they giving him. That man propped up on drugs. The stuff he say out of his mouth don't make no sense. When you listen to him, the stuff he says doesn't make any sense. He ain't mentioned nothing about the virus, the fact that we back up 60, 70,000 cases. Ain't said a word. We had 900 and something deaths, I think, yesterday. Ain't said a word. But y'all gonna vote that man in again. You gonna vote that man in again. Some of y'all in this chat, y'all gonna vote that man in again. Y'all hearing what I'm saying? It's going in one end, going out the other. It's only my job to bring you the facts. You do what you want to do with them. That's all. Let's take a look at our stats. Look at the CV stats for the day. I like to say this for last. I kind of like it. 8,219,831 known cases of the coronavirus in the United States today. 222,781 deaths. On your head, Trump and Pence. Well, we know Pence ain't got no sense. Take a look at our stats here. California likes to party in the city of LA. Where half the girls and guys are gay. It's California. You got 3,010 new cases yesterday in the state of California. They lost 80 people. 80 people died in Cali. Texas, 5,559. 5,000. Texas is making another run for number one, y'all. 857,000 to 868. They 17,000 from catching California. They're making a run at them. They had 5,559 new cases today. They lost 85 people. Florida, oh Florida. Florida, 3,356 new cases. Florida lost 139 people. 139 people died of CV in Florida yesterday. New York. Governor Cuomo. New York, 1,564 new cases of CV. 16 people died in New York today. Georgia on my mind. I'm on the midnight train to Georgia. I bought the CV from California. They picked up 1,640 new cases. Georgia lost 22 people today. Illinois picked up 4,015 new cases of CV today. They lost 53 people. They say the girls are finer down in North Carolina. They picked up 2,532 new cases. 18 people died today in North Carolina. Arizona. They picked up 1,113 new cases. They lost 17 people. 17 people died in Arizona today. Tennessee. Tennessee. 2,289 new cases. They lost 36 people. New Jersey, the old number 2, is now number 10. New Jersey picked up 980 cases today. They lost 4. Pennsylvania, they picked up 1,546 new cases today. They lost 15 people. 15 people died of CV in Pennsylvania. Ohio. They had 2,177 new cases. They lost 5 people today. Louisiana, 743 new cases. They lost 12 people today. Alabama, where that Bama at? Where's that Bama? Hold on a second, y'all. Thing one not charged here. Where was we at? Alabama? 1,185 new cases in Alabama. They lost 50 people. Virginia, 1,331 new cases. They lost 7. Wisconsin, Chanel, Chamazo, House and Pepper Incorporated. What happened to Laverne and Shirley? They picked up 3,747 new cases. They lost 17. There's no better winer in South Carolina. South Carolina. They picked up 1,297 new cases. They lost 14 people today. Michigan, what up, though? They picked up 2,458 new cases today. They lost 34 people. Missouri, they picked up 3,357 new cases. They lost 22 people today. Massachusetts, they picked up 587,000. 587 new cases. They picked up 587 new cases. They lost 25 people. Indiana, the next. Indiana picked up Mahuka. They picked up 1,943 new cases today. They lost 28 people. Here's my state of Maryland. My state of Maryland. My little sweet little itty bitty state of Maryland. 630 new cases. We lost 6, and thank God I ain't one of them. All right, now we got M-I, crooked letter, I, crooked letter, I, humpback, I. We got Mississippi. Mississippi has 1,322 new cases. They lost 12 people today. Oklahoma, 1,221 new cases. They lost 11 people. Iowa, somebody out there doing something in them cornfields. They picked up 1,076 new cases. 8 people died in Iowa today. Washington State must have the airport because they got 747 new cases of the CV. They lost 11 people. Arkansas, 1,278 new cases. They lost 11 people. Utah, 1,498. They lost 2 people. Nevada, 655. They lost 7 people. Colorado, 1,141. They lost 2 people. We don't have no stats for Kansas. I don't know what's going on with Dorothy, Toto, and the Scarecrow. But no stats for them today. Connecticut, who's the boss? 167 new cases. They lost 3. Nebraska, 961 cases. They lost 5. Idaho, somebody playing with the potatoes. They got 718 and they lost 1. Oregon, 365. They lost 3. New Mexico, 668 new cases and they lost 1. South Dakota, 797 new cases. They lost 13. North Dakota, 706. They lost 5. Rhode Island, gotta roll that off. Rhode Island, they picked up 274 new cases. They lost 2. Delaware picked up 95 cases and they lost 1. Montana, 723 cases. They lost 5. West Virginia, 264. They lost 2. The District of Columbia picked up 34, no losses. Hawaii, and now Hawaii 5-0, but the state of Hawaii, they picked up 90 cases and they lost 1. Alaska picked up 152 new cases and they lost 1. New Hampshire picked up 77 new cases. They lost 5. Wyoming, 198 new cases, no deaths. Maine, 20, and they lost 1. Vermont, 14, no losses. Puerto Rico, Puerto Rico, gotta roll them off. 569 new cases today, and they lost 1. Guam, 86 new cases, no losses. No stats for the Virgin Islands. The Mariana Islands, they picked up 3 new cases, no losses. No stats for the U.S. military. Veteran Affairs, 513 new cases today. They lost 16. Federal prisons, 294 new cases, no losses. So we got a total of 8,216,315 known cases of the coronavirus. We got 66,129 new cases. The president said, we doing well. How we doing well when we got 66,000 new cases in one day? How we doing well? Total deaths, 222,717, and we lost 874 Americans around the country yesterday. Somebody got to plan 874 funerals, but this president of these United States say that he's doing fine with the coronavirus. Tell the families of these 222,717, because I bet you he ain't visited none of them, to offer his condolences. Guarantee you that. He ain't visited none of them. The bum. And I said it, the bum. Anybody have any comments? Is anybody still here? Hello? Hello? Alrighty, I guess everybody in tapped out on me. I guess everybody in tapped out. Alrighty, let me get out of here. Thank y'all for watching. I appreciate it. We went over a lot of stuff today. And it's 8:27, so I'm going to be conservative and say 9:30. I will be on the road. Be on the road again. I'll be on the road before 9:30. So y'all want to ride with me? Y'all want to go through a ride through Baltimore City? Y'all want to come go for a ride? Come hang out with me. All right? I don't want this to go over 6 hours. I can't edit it. We showed a lot of videos today. You got to be able to take them out. We want to get any kind of credit. We want to get our 2 cents. Naya says, have a good day. I hate when it does that. I know I'm typing. Alright. Now where's the emoji? Doo-doo. Wait a minute. It's not popping up. Why it's not popping up? Why you not popping up? There it is. Tried to get that. And still missed that fly. Now I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you, fly. Where you go? Get them wings wet. Don't get them wings wet. I dare you. Come back over here. I dare you. Let me get some of this dawn on them wings. Say a new day is dawn and got him. See in there? Well, he was in there. Where you go that quick? Where you go that quick, sir? Where did you go that quick? I just had you track. That's all right, I'm going to get you. When you get them wings wet, you got to sit down. And once you sit down, I'm going to nail you. Put it to you. All right. Let me, I got distracted for a second. There you go. I had to answer Naya. All righty, y'all. I'll see y'all in about an hour. We'll be live. Going up to the market. I'm bringing the 360-degree camera, and it's going to be on the right side of the handlebar, so it's going to be a different angle. And we're going to have the phone on the other side. So, should be a nice trip. Y'all have a great night, and I'm out of here. Peace, everybody. Thanks for watching. And we out.